impact that global warming is actually having on our environment. So that is a very key area as well. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Samuel Emmanuel. I work with Alpha Group as a facility manager. I would like to know how important, how maintenance and reliability is important in facility management.
Thank you very much. You remind me of a friend of mine back home. He is always upbeat about facilities management. Probably I will just take your contact and the both of you can link up. I think it's possible to actually build synergy, especially considering the fact that fiscal asset management and especially being able to draw that line as to what fiscal asset management in itself entails, and then what facilities management is, where we can, build synergy and see how best we can move both practices forward. So I think he will be very, very pleased to get in touch with you as well. Yeah, I can imagine a big smile on his face. There was someone around, yes.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Justice Eberie. I'm from Awarushi, Nigeria Limited. I'm one of the supervisors in the technical department. My expectation for me to know more about the viscosity on mobile lubricant. I go ahead.
He wants to know the viscosity of mobile lubricants. And I think that is one of the things that hopefully my brother and friend Steve will be talking about later on in the afternoon. Any other? Any other? I want a lady. Fortunately, we had just two ladies, and the second one has stepped out, probably on a commercial break. Okay, so I'll just quickly, yes, we have one who would want to give the final thoughts. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Olamide. I'm from Tamils Limited. I work in the supply chain department. Just like Regina said, I came here to know how to better improve the supply chain design and getting materials into automotive, and also see if we could get improved products as regards to maintaining our engines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for those of us in supply chain, I think there are various areas that are of key interest. So for instance, how do we store our lubricants? Do we leave them under a shed in the very hot sun? How do we move it? How do we call off and all that? So I think that is a very, very key area for us in supply chain. Another one has got to do with situations whereby we look at the needs of the business vis-a-vis what we have to do as supply chain, especially considering the fact that and that's from my observation, in a lot of organizations, we have this conundrum of being able to balance whether or not the quantity of parts or consumables to hold in inventory vis-a-vis the value that we're placing on it. So I think this conference is going to be a very, very interesting one, and I am actually looking forward to having further engagements as we go forward. Thank you very much for your thoughts. I will just run you through what we're going to do today, and hopefully by 3:15 p.m. we should close. The reason is to ensure that, as you know, we are able to avoid the traffic situation. I had my share yesterday, and that was not my first. I've had a number, but yesterday was very spiritual. Yeah, but I think it's something that we can always get better at. So we intend closing hopefully by 3:15. The last two presentations will be online. The last presentation will be online, but it's being given by two people from Lifecycle Engineering in the US. And interestingly, by now they will be asleep by now, but by the time we're done, we get to 2:15, they should be up. I know that they'll be preparing for Thanksgiving, so we need to ensure that we keep the time. We would also have a presentation by my brother Steve, who would talk about lubrication management as a key to promoting asset integrity. knowing very well that the viscosity, as my brother made mention of, and the kind of particles we have in our lubrication can actually make or contribute to either the long life cycle of our assets or otherwise. So that's also a key part. We're going to be looking at business management and structure for reliability. Jonathan would discuss with us how to put together a clear vision for reliability. He would be taking the case of the partnership model, and then also the headwinds facing industries in today's world. Oil and gas case study will be given by Mr. Oladipo. So today promises to be a very, very interesting session filled with very informative discussions, and please, as much as possible, let's ensure that we all contribute to make.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll just give a quick safety talk before we start the event today. As of now, there are no planned drills. So if you hear the fire alarm, we're going to walk briskly down the stairs. Let's not use the elevator, we'll walk down the stairs. The muster point is just outside of the car park. In terms of the conveniences, just outside opposite the elevator, so you can just walk around. I don't know, some people who use the elevator will know where the convenience is, but it's on the same floor, just opposite the elevator. In case you need water, there's water all around the event, all around, scattered all around, so you can please pick one and then it should be fine. Would also like to remind you at this time to please put your phone on silent, and if you want to, if you have any urgent phone calls that you need to pick, kindly just step outside so that it will be good to not disturb the class or not disturb the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our friend from 4 Points will just add on to that.
Good morning, our highly esteemed guest. Good morning. Welcome to Forum by Charity. We thank you all for choosing our brand and using our facility. My name is Liberty Renze. I'm representing security and safety, and I'm sent to give you, inform you of the following safety instructions available for your use as provided by Forum by Charity in Lagos. First of all, I will start with COVID-19 procedures in this place. We take standards for hygiene and cleanliness very seriously. Our leadership team has also been closely monitoring the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, and World Health Organization statements regarding the coronavirus COVID-19. And we are following the guidelines from these agencies and the local health
organization in CEO commendation letters because of his outstanding performance. He joined Seplat in 2014 as Western Asset Maintenance related activities in all disciplines like mechanical, instrument, electrical, process control, and automation systems, that's for fire and gas, fabrications and welding, safety, critical elements, lifting equipment, valve management, and third-party operations and maintenance services contracts are all under his umbrella, and also the management of leading universities in Nigeria. And he also obtained a Master's of Business Administration from Netherlands Business School in the Netherlands. He is a trained competence-based interview professional He supported capacity development for the host community statutory inspections compliance with the DPR. The corps welcome him with a round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone. You are all welcome to this conference. Just a quick correction. Seplat recently changed our name to Seplat Energy from Seplat Specially to today's event and for the 2 days conference on reliability, Africa Maintenance and Reliability Conference. And I want to thank the organizer for this. They have been promoting reliability culture in organization in Africa for some years now. And I think this is not my first time of being part of their event. And just as the MD of greenhouse gas emission is flaring. So in reducing that flaring, you must also take some action. So which also going to hit into your bottom line, what it means that what to make extra budgets to address the climate change, the climate action as required by the law, by the nations that we find ourselves operating in. Is ESG, which is environmental, social, and governance. There are these three key areas. This make it. Okay, it's working now. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So this is another area that oil and gas company now need to invest on. Your operation must be environmentally friendly. And in doing that, that means you need to definitely cut down your flare. And if you cannot do zero flaring, you must have almost zero flaring. And you should have a roadmap where you are reducing your flaring. So that shows a clear commitment to zero flaring. So in doing so, it's not just going to be by just saying it, it's going to require resources. So therefore, this will also eat into your bottom line. Because if you look at it, you are still operating the same volume. Let's assume that you are still producing the same volume, and you must compare with all of this. So therefore, we all know that oil prices fluctuate and all of that, and it could be as bad as even close to your operating cost. So in a situation like that, and you still need to add all of these commitments to what you are going to do. So therefore, you must also now look for a way to be able to operate in that environment in such a way that you will still be able to have an excellent performance at the end of the year. So you will still be able to have that profit as expected. But if you don't have this reliability concept or roadmap in place, then you may be a victim of all of these headwinds. And that's why we are here today, to just look at a few of them. So all of these things that you see, it does not come by just taking, I'm committed to it by mouth. You must also commit resources to it. And majorly your financial resources. I mean, when we are talking gender equality, you have to maybe employ people, get consultants to help you drive that. When you are talking about governance, you have a structure in place. When about environmental, that means your asset integrity must be top notch. There is no spill in your facility. There is no emission. You are not having any catastrophic failure from your facility that goes into the atmosphere. And all of these are the things that external, the investors look at in the way you operate before they can support your business. So ESG has its own scores. So for each organization, they look at you, you report your operations, and they will be able to give you an annual score and compare you with your peers. So it is extremely important that all of these things we now need to begin to comply with. In Nigeria today, we all know that PIA has been passed. PIB has now been passed to PIA. So now, what does that mean to oil and gas? It means you are going to increase your spending. 3% of your OPEX goes to community. Unlike before, you do it on your own. You have your CSSR project. You just agree with your community. But now it's obligatory for you as an organization to pay 3% of your OPEX. So where does that one come from? Which means your bottom line is being impacted more and more. And another thing that I just want us to look at briefly again, this is still under the ESG, and I think I've covered this a bit, and also we can also look at the pandemic also. That also is something that's happened recently, and in several organizations now, you see, we have today. Maybe this all will have taken more than the number that is here. So that's, if you now want to take additional number, that means you look for a bigger hall, you pay more money. So invariably, you are spending more. And several organizations carry out bi-weekly or monthly. This is not a new headwind. It's not something that is new to us. But the only challenge is that it's becoming worse. The only challenge around this is that we are now facing it so much that even some oil companies are losing up to 60% of their production volume. So which is really, really terrible. So I'll be producing and you lose 60% of, how will you be able to account for that at the end of the day? So where we are home to Nigeria, because we are all in Nigeria, and we can see that clearly, then there is a need for us as a profession, implementable solution into all of these challenges. So, as I said, there are two sides to the coin. We have seen all of this. We must look out and see, how do we solve this problem? So how can an organization overcome all these challenges and still sustain high performance? How can we sustain your performance that the shareholders will be able to get something at the end of the day? First of all, lay that foundation on your best practice. So these three key focus areas are laid on that foundation of international best practice. Then that will lead to that roof that you are seeing as high performance. Okay. So the first thing that we'll be looking at is the people reliability. Reliability of the people. And when you're talking of reliability of the people, let's start from the leader. Reliable leader. You must have a reliable leader. And when you are talking about reliable leaders, I don't want to talk about the reliable leader in sense of the way when you look at your political environment, leader, and all of that. But I want to talk about it in terms of reliability of your organization. So the leaders must be committed to these best practices that we are talking about. The leader must have that clear strategy. And that is why I believe some of us might be finding it difficult implementing reliability roadmap in our organization because we don't have committed leaders to this roadmap. And when you don't have that, it becomes extremely difficult for you to be able to achieve that. So, it is important that you have leaders that are knowledgeable about what is going on in the industry. Extremely important. I mean, you can imagine a leader that is not aware that COP26 has taken those following actions. What will happen to that organization? That organization will be living in a dream world. Am I correct? Yeah. So it is extremely important for the leaders to know that yesterday knowledge is not enough for today. Extremely important. So you have to be on top of your game. You have to also create a culture of high-performing organization. So if you make that as one of your objectives or your goal that you want to achieve or your vision, then it will be easy for such a leader to adopt the reliability roadmap. I believe in the course of today, we will also, I think the next speaker will be talking about a clear vision for reliability roadmap. Vision to reliability. So we will see that clear path. I'm using partnership model as the way, one of the solution to it. So, and when you are talking about things like that, we are partnering with who? So the front line needs to partner with the leaders. So who are you partnering with? I mean, there are other things, but the key thing is that for it to be successful in your own organization, both the front line and the leaders must align. Another thing that is also important is you must also have a performance review that is led by the leaders. Looking at the performance and the continuous improvement is one of the key things that drives the performance. And there is this says that what you can measure, you can improve. What you can measure, you can improve it. As long as you can have a set of KPI that is clearly measurable, then I can assure you can improve that performance. Okay, I think I've spoken a bit about the leaders, but it's also important to look at the leaders taking strategic decision for the business. So, in form of developing policy that will be in line with your expectation. So, if all of this is in place, then you are sure that in terms of reliability of the leader, you are good. Okay. Okay. So, still on reliability of the people, I want to quickly talk about reliability of the front line. It's not only the leaders that has to be reliable. The front line must also be reliable. I told us earlier that the front line team must align with the leader. So there must be an alignment between the leader and the front line. And for the front line team to to be reliable, the first thing is that what we call self-leadership must happen. So in every organization that you have employees that have that self-leadership attribute, then you are likely to have a reliable workforce. And this is extremely important to providing solution to all the issues that we have raised earlier. As we know that people are the last barrier in everything, especially in oil and gas, when you talk about the processes, the human barrier is the last barrier, usually the last barrier. So the most effective this barrier is, the better for the organization. So the key things that the frontline team must also be able to do. For them to sustain the integrity of the asset, they must also understand the business context. They must have this full understanding of how will my role affect the bottom line. If I'm supposed to do this maintenance on this piece of equipment and I did not do it as expected, what impact will it have on the overall business goal? As soon as you begin to understand that your role has a direct impact to the bottom line, you begin to do better. As you begin to see that if I don't carry out the maintenance of this pipeline as expected, or to the quality that is expected of me, then in next 2 or 3 years, we'll be having a frequent failure on this, and there will be downtime, which is in turn is going to affect me. And also, not only you, we all know that Nigeria depends majorly on oil. So your role, I'm talking of those that are oil and gas, does not only impact on your organization, it also has an impact on the nation. For instance, in Seplat, we have a gas plant that contributes about 30% of the domestic gas supply in Nigeria. So if I'm supposed to do something in that gas plant and I did not do it, and that gas plant is shut down for 3 or 5 days, every one of us in this nation will feel it, because there will be a shortage of gas to the power plant. So then everyone will say there is no power. So businesses will suffer. You are also solving and making the nation, the society you find yourself, a better place to live. And that's all about self-leadership. That's all about self-leadership. And one important that, again, that the frontline people should also know, that you cannot be a leader without, first of all, leading yourself. It is extremely difficult for you, for organization to recognize you and make you a leader without you actually being able to lead yourself. So it's an area that in Nigeria today, we also need to really improve on. Today, you see that a lot of people complain that there is no job. There is no job, there is no job. But why is it that you see foreigners coming to Nigeria and picking up jobs? Including just, tradesmen. If you are looking for a tiler today, especially in Lagos, you hardly will you see a Nigerian there. Most of them are from Togo, Benin Republic, and all of that. Then we say there is no job. So it means that we ourselves have not prepared ourselves for the job that's available. If you do an advert now, and you see a lot of people that apply, go through the entire thing, they will claim I can do this or all of that. Call them for interview. You will realize that almost 90% of them cannot even skate through the first stage of interview. And I keep telling people that yes, there might be a massive unemployment in Nigeria, which is about 28 point something now and 33 point something for the youth. Fine. But the real question that we should ask ourselves is that, do we have the right competency for all the things that we want to do? And that's the issue. And right competencies start from self-leadership. If you are able to lead yourself, you will know that I need to develop myself to this point so that I can get this kind of a job. I was telling a colleague of mine 2 days ago in the office that when I started my career, I applied to some oil company, and they called me for interview, and I skated through first stage, I think second stage, the third stage I did not make it and all of that. So eventually I tried to find out why I did not make that. And that's my usual practice. So, and I told I tried to get that information, and I got the information that yes, the person that got the job have a master's degree in this, as he has worked for this number of experience, he has done this, he has done that, and I compared the person with myself. When I look at the two, I said, okay, I can see why I am not qualified for this job. Then what did I need to do? I need to tick all those things that are absent, that are missing in my own life as a person. So I decided to do my master's. After my master's, I put a 2 years plan for myself. And I did not apply to any other company within that period. That I know that in the next 2 years, I will just prepare myself. And after that 2 years, immediately after that 2 years, I've got all those things. I started applying. I can tell you, virtually all oil companies have done interview there. At a point, I have almost two jobs. And again, in energy, I got even almost two letters. They have given me the first job. I've done the second job, second stage interview. They are about to give the third one. They now send an email to me that should come for the last. So then they realized that I've gotten the first job. So they now withdrew that. So why? It is, all of these are things that we got to really tell our youth. Things that we need to let people understand that you need to have that self-leadership. I'm sorry I take our time on this. Let me just move on. So, we've talked about the first one, reliability of the people. So I'm now going into the reliability of the plant. So when you talk about reliability of the plant, you talk about, you remember that my case study is oil and gas. So forgive me if I'm concentrating on oil and gas. When you talk of reliability of the plant or of your assets, you need to talk about asset integrity and process safety management. So for your for your for your for your plants to be reliable, you must have this strong asset integrity and process safety management in place. Very strong one. And it covers the life cycle of your asset. It covers the life cycle of the asset. I don't think I have too much time again. Another thing that will still under the asset integrity and process safety management, you must also know the barriers. The barriers that you need to ensure that they are all, you keep them going. Anytime you have any of your barrier that is showing red, then it's something that should give you concern. And by doing all of this, you will comply with the ESG easily. You will comply with the reduction of greenhouse gas emission easily. Because what this means is that there is no leak in your facility. What this means is that you have been able to reduce your flare. Because this also keeps tracking your progress on flaring. So a number of things are there. I told us well integrity, pipeline integrity, and all of that at the previous slide. So another thing that you need to do for us to ensure, which is the third key that I'm talking about, is the process. Reliability of your process. How reliable is your processes? The processes that you have put in place, the structure that you have in your organization. And we've talked about the international best practices. And one of it is ISO 55001, which is asset management system. And this gives you an overall of the asset management, the entire asset management system. How are you looking at it? So give you the overall picture. If you comply with this, I can tell you that with this, you will be able to continually be at a high-performing company. If you comply with this standard alone. But it's a lot of work for you to be able to get there. So another process that we are looking at, and this is where I believe most of us will also relate with easily, is risk and reliability management process. It's a process, it's a tool. There are several tools that we need to use. Several tools and techniques that we need to use in reliability for us to be able to achieve our goal. And that process is called RRM. And if you look at it, the process is broken down into various categories. You can see that, we have the RCM, which we said is the bedrock of all the reliability activities. You have civil RCM, which is meant for the structural, the structural maintenance strategies can be derived from the civil. You have CPRO, it's a software also that is used for the instrumentation, for the civil instrumented functions, professional software. So for you to be able to know the right seal that you need to use. Then we also have the RBI, which talks about the weather tank, vessels, or pipeline, so which is risk-based inspections. How you do your inspections. I mean, regulatory inspection is saying you must be doing your inspections annually and all of that. So what if you have been able to risk assess it and you know that there will not be failure on this line for another 6 years. So you have saved 5 years cost and all that. So that's something that we must begin to implement in our facilities, in our organization. And I believe somebody will be talking more around this, and that's what our panel discussion will also be talking about, implementing reliability roadmap as tomorrow. during the panel discussion. Then also, I think Mr. Steve also will be talking about lubrication management, key to promoting asset integrity. So all of these are to connect all we are talking about here. And you can see the importance of the lubrication to asset integrity that we'll just quickly talk about. Then I've also talked about the competency of the frontline team and even the leader. So somebody will also be talking about certification and skill that is required, which is a global currency. I think Mr. Tara also will also be talking about that. Then Joel also will be talking about predictive maintenance. I'll talk about it briefly. So the last thing I want to talk about on the process, reliability of process, is the new technology, smart industry. That's where we are today. That's where we are today. We all agree on that. And you can see that the industry revolutions that has been happening. And today, that is exactly where we are now. We use the artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, the machine learning, algorithm, and all of that. So that these are the things. We have sensors that takes information, data from one place or the other. But I will quickly talk about the CEPLAT approach in this. So as I'm rounding up. So in CEPLAT, we have a maturation process for new technology deployment. So we have, it's a gated process, and it's about 6 gates that you must pass before you fully implement or deploy a new technology. And this is one of the areas I really want us to look at when you are looking at reliability of your process. If reliability of your process has to be very strong, then you need new technology in today's world. That is extremely, extremely important. Innovations and technology are extremely important to reliability professional at this time. So one of the things that we have done is we have what we call CEPLAT Virtual Asset Management System. This has helped us to be able to see what is happening in our process. That gas plant that I use as an example, we have this on it. So everybody can see what is going on in that plant. Whether you are in the field out there in Oben, or you are in Lagos, or you are anywhere in the world, you can see what is going on the plant. And you can ask questions and say, oh, why is this situation like this? Why are we producing this volume? Why are we not producing this volume? And all of that. So that makes decision taking very fast. So that improves the reliability of your plant. That is a process that you have put in place to ensure that the reliability of that plant is high, because we cannot afford that plant to be down. So another thing that we have done, I think somebody talks about how do we manage fugitive emissions and greenhouse gas emission. This is one thing that we are also doing right now. Because we want to comply to ESG. We want to be 100% compliant. And what does this thing do for us? It helps us to get investors looking out for us. When people are looking, the funding of oil and gas, they don't want to fund oil and gas business anymore. But in our case, we have made a different case that we are supporting all what you are doing. We are in the same boat. We are in the same ship. So therefore, you must also support me to ensure that I achieve my goal. So the investors are looking for you because they know that you will be able to operate your facility in such a way that meets international best practices. So for us, we are eliminating every sources of fugitive emission in order to meet SDG goal 13. So therefore, as you reduce that emission, we have a plan to even eliminate that. We don't want to experience it anymore in our facility. On a quarterly basis, we want to be carrying out that check, that inspection, to be sure, using a upper thermal camera to see that any point where there is a leak, you address it immediately. And there is no source of leak in the facility. Our facility is one of the best facility in the world with little sources of fugitive emission. The last inspection that we did, that was what the vendor that did it for Canada said, this is one of the best facilities that they have ever visited. So that's kind of a thing that we should be doing. Again, we have sensors on our critical equipment pumps that is about predictive analysis that predicts the failure even before it happens. These are the things that we need to do to let you know that you can actually make your organization to be a high-performing organization at any given time, no matter the environment, economic conditions you find yourself. So this tells you that this equipment will fail. It gives you the likely remaining life of a component of the pump. I think you can see there that it predicts, oh, maybe you have a loose bolt. Maybe it's telling you that your lubrication is not enough. You need to top up your oil. Or it tells you to that details that this, go and check this. And in that way, it makes your job easy. And there is no way you will have breakdown the way you have been having the breakdown before. There is no way your plan will not be making will not be meeting the target. So your asset performance will really, really go up when you have things like this in place. So I think another thing that we have also that we are doing currently is also there are some flow lines that are not piggable flow line from 4 inches down, 4 inches line and all of that, and some 6 inches. So we have also introduced technology to be able to get inspection data from this. And we are using Piper technology to ensure that you are able to get inspection data. You know the status of those flow lines. And you can now introduce your risk-based inspection. Since you have all the data, use your risk-based inspection to be able to say, okay, this particular flow line, I will be inspecting it. Instead of every year, I can see that the rate of corrosion is high. I'll be doing it every 3 months. So you increase it there. And meanwhile, you look for another one and say, no, this one, for another 10 years, the corrosion rate is low, the wall thickness is fine, the wall loss is almost zero. So I can leave it for another 10 years. And in that way, you take the right decision, you do the right maintenance at the right time, you do the right thing at the right time, and nothing will eat into your bottom line. And that is what I really want us as a professional to begin to look at. So I think at this point, I will just like to pause. At this point, if there are any questions or any things that we can deliberate on before I hand over to the moderator. Okay, I can see some hand up. Okay. So thank you for your time. I hope I'm still within my time. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. All protocol duly observed. Anthony is my name. I'm representing the technical team of Tamros Limited. Okay. Thank you for the well-packaged presentation done so far. But I have a question as related maintenance, because that's more key to me. I saw what you just shared, and you made mention of a detailed maintenance system where you have your bolts, loose bolt checked and others. We have a plant maintenance system in place, but it's not as detailed as what you're explaining. So that's where caught my attention. I would like to know, for our system, it's not a plant. We have vessels that we're maintaining for our operations. We are also into oil and gas, but our own sphere of operation has to do with vessel maintenance and support to platforms and the oil industry. Now, I would like to get more detail about this plant maintenance system so we can imply SIM on our system and reduce the number of downtimes we're having with our.
So if I get you correctly, you are talking about the predictive analytic technology. Okay. And that means what you're saying is you have rotating equipment also, in addition to those vessels, because vessels don't break down often like that, right? Okay. So the predictive, I believe, Joel, between 12:45 and 1:45 tomorrow. So it's called nano precise technology. Nano precise. And what nano precise does is that they have sensors that they will install on your rotating equipment. Well, rotating equipment, and it can also work for electric motor, anything that has components that you need to repair or to replace. So when you install it on it, what that does is that it has a machine learning algorithm, just as I said about the fourth industrial evolution, which we are today's world. So that machine learning will learn about that equipment under normal performance that is expected. So the machine learning begins to predict the failure mode and what you need to do before it fails. For instance, you have a pump. It has learned that this is the acceptable tolerance for vibration. This is the acceptable noise level. This is the acceptable level of lubricant. This heat, temperature, and all of that. So after learning all of that, once your equipment is operating above those acceptable levels, it has 4 stages: stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. So the stage 4 means that you need to shut down that equipment now and do something. If you don't shut it down now, what it's telling you is that the equipment will break down on you. So when it's at stage 1, it has given you early warning. So you quickly plan and see, and it tells you the likely area you need to look at. So you can likely plan for the spares. You can quickly place an order if you don't have it in the store and all of that. So all of that, it gives you that room to do all of that. So it's like checking that check of your equipment at every minute and giving you reports. Just like human being, you go to hospital maybe annually to do your annual check and all of that, and you see, oh, I need to improve on this area. But in this every 30 minutes, your PPE, I hope that answers your question.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ogbe. I'm a delegate from ExxonMobil. Thanks for the very good presentation. Of key interest to me was new technology. And I see you guys already applying a number of technologies in your company. What I wanted to find out is that how do you search for those technologies? Is there a team within your company that eagerly looks for those opportunities? And also, if you can provide some more details on how you...
I think even from our board of directors, and that's what I talk about, reliability of the people. They have that vision. We all know the world we are in today. So there is a drive from the top that says we must begin to sort out for new technology to improve our performance. And fortunately enough, I'm actually in that department, corporate production and maintenance, where we have a section of the department that deals with new technology. Early this year, we had a technology week. Early this year, invited a lot of OEM vendors to come and showcase their technology. So in that case, we are able to pick one or two things. Before then, we have been dealing with some. And we have a team that actually go out, research on new technology, meet with various departments, collating their challenges, that if we can solve these things by applying or deploying the new technology, our organization will be better. So then they look out for solution to those specific problems. So we have a basket of issues that required a new technology to be deployed on. So that's why we now develop that maturation process for all the new technology. And you agree with me, there are a lot of people out there also that want to just to sell their products. So you must be extremely careful. You must have a process reliability again, to take through all of this. It is that process that will help you to be able to take the right decision and that you are not investing in a wrong technology. I hope that answers your...
Okay. I want to take you back to pipeline vandalism, which you briefly mentioned. In view of the PIA bill that have been passed, and I know it was the PIB that transformed to PIA, and when it was PIB, I had the opportunity of scanning through some of the documents. Now it's PIA. I don't know if I've gone through that document, or anybody here who can even pick up the question can take it. The 3% the companies pay to communities, do you see a need for companies to be involved in how that money is spent, so that we don't have to go back to the old era where the leadership of communities or the key who in community just corner the money and then spend it? Because in doing so, the essence of that money will trigger down to everybody, so comfort level will come on. People, the tendency to go into these issues we face in operations like pipeline, vandalism, theft, we reduce. So I don't know if you see a need.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Steve. Right. It's one of the area that most people in the industry have some a bit of reservation on. And it's a bit tricky somehow, because the community deserve it and they needed it. But the question is, how should this be managed? And which was not really addressed by the PIA. And the question is there a need for the company to get involved? Personally, on my own, and with my discussion with some of few colleagues in the industry, it is because don't forget it's a law. So for the fact that it's a law, the community has the right to say, execute the law as it is written. But if the community agrees, then it will be good for the company to get involved. For instance, the way Seplat currently manage their host community, it seems to be one of the best way in the industry. That we agree together, we have a joint account that will put what belongs to you into, but before you spend it, you let us know what you want to do with it. And all of, so if that kind of arrangement can be made, it will be a lot easier. It will be a lot easier. But the fact still remains that it is a law. So I'm not a legal person, but when it is the law says this, you are expected to do it according to the law, to the best of my knowledge. I hope that's satisfied. Thank you, sir. Okay.
if the 1% local content is part of this 3% that companies are expected to remit to operators?
No, the 1% local content goes to NCDMB. So it's not related to the, those are the things that is eating the profit. Those are the headwinds that you need to deal with as a company. And that's why you need to have a reliable, have a clear roadmap for reliability in your organization. And let me just add to it, when you're looking at a clear roadmap, if you don't have a roadmap, a reliability roadmap in your organization before now, then you must look at it in form of those 3 key focus areas, so that you should address each of those key areas. Because if you address, most of the time people just look at the reliability of the process alone and leave all the other aspects of the reliability. So in that way, you realize that implementation of such reliability program in the organization are not that successful as expected. And that's what usually causes the challenge. And that's why people don't see the value that they should derive from reliability program.
Wow, thank you very, very much. Please, let's appreciate Mr. Oladipo for the very, very insightful presentation. Thank you very much. This is a conversation that must definitely continue even at the time we take our break and then also beyond today. This is the 5th Africa Maintenance and Reliability Conference being held here in Lagos. And we are happy to announce to you that it is being streamed live on YouTube, on our LinkedIn page, as well as on Zoom. So those who are online, you are warmly welcome. Key takeaways for me is the fact that everything reliability started with RCM, that's Reliability Centered Maintenance. And as a point of interest, studies show that over 70% of change initiatives actually fail. Implementing reliability in any organization requires a change management process. And if it's not handled properly, there's a likelihood that it could fail right from the beginning. And that's why it is important that the people, the plant, the process are well managed. Otherwise, you'd have issues of having cost expending in areas that later on you're going to lose out on. Another key takeaway for me is the fact that yesterday's knowledge is not enough for today. And I'd also want to add that if it's enough for today, then what about tomorrow? And that is why in some organizations, there is always a need to go out and hire someone to come in and take up a position. And it's a lot of the time, mainly because either we get complacent and comfortable in the position we are in, or we just sometimes do not develop ourselves further. Finally, I would want to also make mention of the fact that what you can measure, you can improve. And the inverse is also right. What you can't measure, you can't improve. So thank you very much, Mr. Oladipo, for the very insightful presentation. And I'll be very grateful if you join me in appreciating him once again. Our next speaker needs no introduction. He's the director of the Maintenance Institute. They are the hosts. And whilst he walks up, I'd like us to welcome him. He's going to talk on the topic, a clear vision of reliability using the partnership model. He's in the person of Jonathan David. So please, let's welcome him as he walks up. Yes, you. I didn't see you clap. You. Please, let's do it better.
Is it still morning or afternoon? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
vision, different people would have different definitions for what vision is. If you meet an optometrist, vision is what? Sight. Being able to what? See. So spiritual, right? Somebody will say, I want
stroke of the brush, they bring that painting to life. That's what an artist would see as vision. While there are various definitions of what vision is, it is clear that in most occasions, visions remain abstract. However, with work applied to that vision, what happens? There's a transformation from what is abstract to what becomes what? Actual and what? Reality. So for the painter, for the artist, it's a picture in their head. It's a picture in their mind. Nobody can see it. When you see that picture of the Mona Lisa, nobody knew that was going to be such an outstanding picture, except the painter that saw it in his head. And I don't think that painter or that artist thought that that painting will do as well as it is doing what? Offline, you registered. And then you sat in your house. Would you be in this room? Or you said, I want to participate online, and you don't take the time to say, okay, let me log on, let me join. Would you be able to participate? So as you set your goals for reliability, as you create that vision, you must begin to also take what? Action. So now let's go to the reliability vision. You might begin to think, so is the reliability vision different from the organization's vision? Yes, they are very different. And I think this is where we begin to have challenges. The organization has an overall goal, also has an overall what? Vision. The reliability of our assets would also have a vision. It's different. If the organization says, okay, we want to be the most environmental friendly organization in the world, right? What does that translate to for reliability? It means if I'm in oil and gas like Mr. Kola, it means I must not be flaring, correct? Zero flares, right? I must avoid what? Spills. What does that translate to for the guy that works in pipeline? The integrity, he must make sure that he's doing his measurements, he's doing NDTs, he's making sure that his pipeline integrity is what? Top notch at all what? Times for zero what? Spills. If we say we are going to zero flare, that means, okay, we're going to compress all our gas, so that becomes another stream of income. We'll be selling gas. What that means is they must take action and what? Get the equipment that they will use to compress that gas, get the customers they will do what? Sell it to, so that they don't end up what? Flaring. The vision of the organization translates to a different picture when it comes to what? Reliability. So if I'm to frame a vision for them, it might just simply be 100% integrity for all our what? Equipment. One vision, different what? Interpretation. We want to be the most environmental friendly, but when it comes down, because theirs has to be action driven, you now interpret, what does it mean for me as the manager that manages this physical asset that delivers value to the organization? 100% what? Integrity. He can make that decision at his position as their reliability vision. And then they will now say, okay, for the people that work under him, the engineers, the supervisors, the technicians, what does that mean for them? For the scheduler, it might mean 100% compliance to my what? to my maintenance what? Schedule. Finish. For the technician, it might mean doing the job based. Every time I do this job, I must follow the stated procedure to the latter. No what? Shortcuts. For the person in supply chain, it might simply mean that every material that comes into this organization must be what? Reliable. There's no room for substandard equipment. There's no room for fake equipment. There's no room for expired equipment. So what does that mean for him? It means if I'm going to for SCM, okay, the supply chain network, who is my vendor, right? Am I just going to wake up, go by the roadside and buy parts? No. It means I have to select who my vendor is. Remember, we have started from one single vision. The most environmental friendly what? Organization. So if I ask you, for that vision your organization has written, do you have an interpretation for your role? Do you have a discipline-based vision that you have distilled from what the overall organization has put up? Do you have for your discipline? Do you have for your department? Do you even have for yourself? Because it comes down to a personal commitment to say, my organization wants to be the most environmental friendly. I, as an engineer, I, as a supervisor, I, as a manager, what does it mean what? For me, what am I going to do at each stage to guarantee that this vision we have set overall is achievable? If you were not at that point, what it means is, on the day you feel like it, you do the job well. On the day you don't feel like it, what happens? Huh? Anything what? Goes. It's not rocket science. It's very simplistic. I was discussing with somebody yesterday and I said, the way I run is simple. First of all, deal with the basics. Function. What's the basic requirement for XYZ? Accomplish it. So for us to reach our goal, we need to obviously, from our vision, set goals, make plans, and get to work on it. And even when it doesn't seem like it's going our way, stick to that vision. The vision will evolve, stick to it. And when we reach our goal, we should be able to also do what? Celebrate that we've achieved our goals. So yes, a lot of things are going to come on this tree for us. Obviously, ideas, you want ideas. You need your team members. You need strategy. The different departments in your organization will come into play. And I'm going to share with you how these all interact for us to achieve our goal. Where are we going to? Reliability excellence is what we want to achieve. Everybody loves 100%. Everybody does what? Loves 100%. That's excellence for you. But reliability excellence, some people think reliability is a department. So when you talk about reliability, what happens? They say, where's the reliability what? Manager. When you talk about reliability, say, where's the technician? Where's the condition monitoring specialist? Is reliability a person? Huh? I've lost my audience again. Is reliability a person? Is reliability just the concern of the manager alone? Is it just is HR involved in reliability? But does the HR of your company know anything about reliability? Do they know how they contribute? Some. I think that's why we're here. But they do. Is it an assumption or a fact? Those people slashing your learning budget every year, do they know how that contributes? Okay, so our goal is reliability what? Excellence, right? What we want is we want reliable assets. We want stable what? Processes. We want all employees to be involved in the process. We want leadership to be involved. We want to be able to manage change as we go ahead. These different ingredients come together to make reliability excellent. Just like if you want to make a great meal. You want to make a great meal, what happens? There's a combination of ingredients that will come at different proportions. Remember that word? Different what? Proportions. You can get all the ingredients you want for a meal, for example, and maybe that meal requires just a pinch of salt. And you say, salt is a great component. Then you put a whole cup full of salt. What will happen to that meal? It goes what? Bad. So it's not even enough to understand that there are different components that will make up reliability for you. It's also important to note that everybody has to understand the proportion they do what? Contribute. Right? The proportion they contribute. That's why if you go to some organization, they'll say, we have fantastic predictive maintenance technologies here. My brother, technology alone would not give you what? Reliability. And that's the mistake we make. New technology, like Kola pointed out, oh, we need, there's NDT, there's IoTs, there's all kinds of things in the market today. We need it, we need it, we need it. But your maintenance training budget, you slashed it by 90%. Who are the people that will manage the technology? Huh? You still need humans, right? So you don't improve the human being. You need a combination of both the people and the technology to deliver what? Value. You do not trade one for what? The other. Just so you know, the day, if you check the definition of reliability, reliability is not forever. Reliability is time bound. The probability that an equipment will perform its intended function under specified what? Condition. And for a stated period of what? Time. And that is why every one of us in the room exists in the organization, because most of us in maintenance and reliability, our job is to restore that equipment to its intended state at every point in time when that reliable span begins to do what? Elapse. So technology alone will not get us there. We need a fusion of all to be able to achieve that. We're looking at reliable production. That's what we want. The truth is we are all connected. Maintenance of reliable equipment is important. Operations of reliable process. I was talking to someone recently and they were telling me about how maintenance and operations are always at loggerheads. This is my job, this is not my job. I'll give you the equipment, I will not give you. So if we take operations out of this sequence, are we going to be reliable? Huh? Somebody said yes. Is there an operator in the room? If we take operations out of it, we are not going to be reliable either. The reason is very simple. Every organization is a business. Your business exists to deliver value. And that value, you want to deliver it to the customer. No matter how good you are as a maintenance person, if your organization does not produce the product it is meant to produce at the quantity required and sell to the customer, you are absolutely useless to that organization. Because you are working, you are contributing, your organization has to be able to exchange that product for a different kind of value, for monetary what? Value. So you can be the best engineer in the world. If your plant is not operated properly, your organization would seem like the worst organization in the world. Okay? So we are all connected. So we need reliability. We need engineering reliability. We need also fantastic designs to be able to deliver our bottom line. So we've answered this question. Where does reliability do what? Come from? Right? It comes from all of us. from the CEO to the managers, the COO, the CFO, HR, learning and development, supply chain. Every single person contributes what? To reliability. But how do you interpret it to them? We have to make sure that everybody is part of it. I was running a study in 2019. I did a quick Google search. And I did a search on the term leadership, right? And what I found out was, at the time, there was over 4 billion search results for leadership. Do you know what that number is today? I just did a quick search this morning. There are over 12.9 billion search results for what? Leadership. And everybody wants to be what? Nobody wants to be at the bottom of the pyramid. Everybody wants to do what? Everybody wants to be the MD. It's not what? Is it not true? I want to know now. But if all of us are the MD, what will now happen now? Huh? Will there be any product for us in the market? Huh? The MD will be operators. Okay, I understand. We want to collect MD's salary and still be operators, right? I also did a search for the term followership, a term that nobody wants to be associated with. 2019, I saw just over 1 million search results of followership. I tried it this morning. It's only risen to just 2.8 million. But what's our reality, really? Are we made up of a room of just leaders alone? If we say it's everybody's job to attain reliability, are we even developing anything called followership skill? I'm sure today, if they send you an email to say, come and go to this training, the title of the training is followership. How many people will go? I'm seeing only 2 hands. But if the title of the job is organizational leadership, how many people will go? But I'm going to show you something. Our session is really about leaders. We studied great leaders. We studied Napoleon, right? We studied Napoleon, study Alexander the Great. We believe that with great leadership we would succeed. We keep an eye for charismatic leaders. When you go for an interview, they tell you, what are your what? Leadership what? Skills. You put it there in your CV. What are your leadership skills? Even though the job you want to take is a technician's role. What are your what? Leadership skills. Leaders matters greatly in our organization. But just imagine Napoleon fighting his wars alone without armies. Imagine Bill Gates, that we reverence so much, without over 131,000 staff on his payroll. Imagine Jeff Bezos without his army of 647,500 staff at Amazon. Without followers, that leader you so much reverence would just be a lonely figure going on a stroll. The truth is this: followers are just as important as leaders. Some people mistake the fact that they have people in the organizations that they command to be followers. Followership and subordinates, being subordinates are not the same thing. To be a subordinate means you are bound by a contract. What that means is you do what the organization has stated that you should do based on what the terms and conditions you have what? Agreed to. On the other hand, followership is a choice. It cannot be assumed that people will follow you. That people do what you tell them to do doesn't mean they follow you. A follower will have to be satisfied by a leader, or they will cease to follow. There are some people that you used to follow that you look up to, and then maybe someday they carry out an action and you say, no, I don't think I align with this person anymore. The truth is, when followers cease to follow, sometimes they tend to carry other people along. Check in your organization. There are people you have that have what we call influence. You see, there's a difference between, they say, being a manager and being what? A leader. Managers would operate with a contract. Leaders would operate what? With what we call influence. I'm not trying to say leadership is bad or is ulterior. I'm just saying, as we plot this vision for reliability, we must take note of every aspect of our organization. And why I brought the topic of followership is because I need to point out something here. And that's what you have on your screens. Sometimes you wonder why some people in the organization are not committed to the cause of the organization. Because we band everybody together. The truth is, we are all not even in the same boat in the organization. You have people in various states. There are those people I call alienated followers. There are those people that are called effective followers. There are those people that we call the yes people. Anything you say, what do they say? What do they say? There are those that are always sitting on the fence. If the wind goes this way, what happens? If the wind goes the other way, what happens? Some are passive, some are active. Some are dependent, some are what? Independent. If you want to achieve your reliability goals, what do you need? You need a band of what we call effective what? Followers. So as you plot your goal toward reliability, you need to, first of all, yourself understand the concept of followership. And the truth is, just as much as we try to assume that we are all leaders, we are all also what? Followers. The person that is leading you is following what? Is doing what? Is following somebody. We need a band of followers. We need an army of followers. And the bottom line really is, the moment you understand the concept of followership and you follow effectively, you naturally find out that the path to leadership actually lies in following. You cannot be resistant to following and claim to do what? Be what? A leader. You need to learn to be influenced before you can actually do what? Influence what? Others. So we need that band of followership. I'm pressed for time, so I'm going to just be a bit fast. But question, am I communicating? Am I communicating? Let me show you some important attributes of an effective follower. One, they manage themselves well. Two, they are committed to the organization and to the purpose, principle, or person outside of themselves. They build their competence and follow their efforts for maximum what? Impact. They are courageous, honest, and what? Credible. Would this make a fantastic leader? Kola put it this way. He says to lead, you must first of all lead what? You can't be lazy and then you want to lead. Leadership is not a title. It's about creating a collective future that would not have happened any other way. So first, you must first learn to follow. The truth is, the workforce you have is simply a reflection of who the leader is. If a leader exerts influence and creates effective followers, the leaders can relax, and really, even in his absence, things would continue to run what? Smoothly. If we raise that band of followers. If you read the book Cracking the Code of Change by Michael Beer and Noria, both from Harvard, you'll learn that exemplary leadership and organizational change are impossible without full inclusion and cooperation of followers. To achieve your reliability vision, what will happen? You need full what? Inclusion and cooperation of followers. Leadership is integrity. It is authenticity. It is responsibility. The aim of leadership is to work for a purpose bigger than one's self. If it is all about me, it is no longer what? Leadership. According to Gary Wills, he said, for Martin Luther King, which a lot of us look up to today, the fact was he did not try to be a leader. He simply tried to lift what? Others up. And then what happened? He found himself what? Being lifted in the process. That was what happened. If we must advance, we must win as an organization, and we have to change the status quo. The truth is, it may be hard, but it is not what? Impossible. Your reliability goals would not necessarily be a 2-year plan. Sometimes your reliability goals will end up being a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, or more. But we must first of all raise those band of followers. For the sake of time, I'll round up. A clear vision of reliability involves us all. It is how we thrive. It is how we overcome challenges. It is how we become high performance. And yes, an example to drive that home. Who holds the record for the fastest sprint in 100 meters? Do you know? Who? Who? Is anybody faster than Bolt? Not yet. Let me show you some people that are faster than Bolt. The truth is this, right? Usain Bolt ran the world's best at 9.58 seconds for 100 meters. But 4 Jamaicans ran the 4x100 meters relay at 36.84 seconds. If you run the numbers, each became better running 100 meters. On the average, they ran the 4x100 at 9.21 seconds when they ran together. Simply by running together, they beat the world's 100 meters record. Simply by what? Running together. To beat the world record for your company, to achieve your reliability vision, work as what? A team. And my closing words are these. Progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot what? Change anything. That's according to George Bernard Shaw. I hope this has added some value to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, for this very insightful presentation. We will take 2 questions and then we proceed. 2 questions.
When there are no questions, you said that you have confused everybody.
Yes.
Or everybody understands. So which of it? Have I confused everybody? Okay. Are there any questions in the room? Okay, there's one.
And thank God. I was thinking I had lost everyone in the room.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan, for this insightful presentation. I remain Henry Agboge from Energia Limited. I discovered over time that one of the major bottlenecks in establishing a clear vision of reliability or implementing reliability programs in most organizations is most leaders do not understand what reliability really is, or they don't see it as a priority. So in an attempt to establish a reliability program, they pose as obstacles to it. How do we deal with or manage such situations, such leaders in our organizations? Thank you.
How do we handle it now? Invite them to the Africa Maintenance and Reliability Conference, right? Actually, the road to reliability actually starts with learning, really. And sometimes, some of the people we work with have spent a considerable amount of time. And the truth is, sometimes they say, can you teach, the question is, can you teach an old dog new tricks? It really starts with an open mind to learn, and forcing the issue does not solve the problem. I have two tracks to it. One, how can you make that leader learn the importance of what reliability is and the value it brings? Two, you that knows, what value have you shown? If you keep shouting reliability, 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 and when we look at the quality of your work, there's nothing different between you and the other people that don't know much, then I don't see a reason why we should consider what you're saying as credible. So first, your primary contribution to the organization should be such that the value and results you bring are so fantastic that the organization has to start listening to you. So lead in your own area, influence in your own area, be exceptional in your own area, and that will give you the credibility to push for change. Note that change does not happen overnight. Change is what? A process. So as long, nobody disputes value, nobody disputes results. So when you want to push for change, you want to be able to say, I did it this way, that's why we're able to achieve this result. And I think if we consider doing X, Y, Z, if more people can do X, Y, Z, we can achieve even what? More. But you come to your boss's office and say, change, change, change. He would ask you, who are you? And then when there are opportunities like this, for them to interact with other people that have been there, done that, please feel free to extend the what? Invitation. Learn, add value. That is how you make that cookie crumble. Thank you. I think that's the only question for me.
Thank you very much. And okay, we'll take the second and then.
I want to appreciate your presentation. It was a wonderful one. Before now, I always see reliability. Anytime someone mentions reliability, to me it's machines, or the process, okay? And the first speaker actually talked about people. The first thing he mentioned was people, and the three focus of reliability. You also mentioned the same thing. And our focus is more on followership this time around. And my question is, if you have an organization you're running, and then the followers are, or the people you are training to be followers, don't seem to be getting it, are you supposed to weed them out, or do you keep training them? Do you keep teaching them? What is the limit to such a situation?
So you see one of the reasons we talked about, who remembers what we said about HR? Right? We said HR is part of what? So sometimes, even your recruitment process has to consider what? Reliability. The kind of people you recruit goes a long way. What do you look out for? Do you just look out for technical competence? Or you look out for, there are people that are, preach from now till tomorrow. They are not going to change. And that's why, if you've had the opportunity to go through what we call a change management framework, you're going to find out that even in your organization, right? That's why consequence management is also a tool for change. So there's the bit where you have to explain, provide information, make sure people understand. You need to have a time frame. But there are those that we call die-hard resistors. Do all your whole 9 yards. They are not going to do what? Change. Sometimes consequence management also applies. And consequence management is not also about sacking someone. Because sometimes that's what we think. Consequence management could simply be that at this time, if you have not been able to comply with XYZ, what happens? Maybe XYZ bonus does not happen. Right? In institutions where you write exams to get promoted, that's why it's there. If you, they can tell you if you fail this exam 3 times, what happened? You what? You are out. That is also what? Consequence what? Management. So, as much as you want to train, as much as you want to persuade, as much as you want to influence, the stick sometimes might also be necessary. It's not for you. It's not like your first approach will be to use the stick on everyone. No. Give ample room for what? Everything. But also let them understand that the stick is also available in one corner of the room and will be utilized when required. Just look at how you deal with your children at home, right? You call the child, come. Come. If you don't come, I'm going to spank you. What happens? Huh? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan David, for that very insightful presentation. Like I said, this event is being streamed live on YouTube, LinkedIn, and Zoom accounts. At this point in time, we'll take the last presentation just before we go for break, so as to ensure that we're able to meet the the presentations that are going to be given by our colleagues from Lifecycle Maintenance. The speaker is the Managing Director and Lead Strategist at Hexavia. He's a graduate of mathematics with a PMP. He's a project management professional. He holds 4 master's degrees and over a decade of experience working with startups and big businesses. His core is in building management teams, startups, and in corporate restructuring. He's also a certified member of the Nigerian Institute of Management, Institute of Strategic Management of Nigeria, and the Project Management Institute of the United States of America. By the side, he writes weekly for the Business Day newspaper. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite Mr. Izu Uwauma to give us the presentation. And he will be speaking on business management and structure for reliability. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause. I have taken the registration sheet and can now identify people by names. So let's do it better the last time. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Energy is really important to me. They say if you're a writer, you write the kind of books you love to read, right? If you're a singer, you sing the kind of songs you love to listen to. Typically, I've probably done this type of sessions at least, sense of humility, probably maybe 1,000 times, but I still absorb myself from the energy of other people. Coincidentally, when Jonathan was talking about this being the 5th edition and it starting from this room, I was just smiling because I don't know if you can still hear it. The idea itself, he's talking about the first event, but the idea, where the idea came from, because I spent the last 10 years basically reading startups. We have over 128 successfully delivered startups. One of them would be TMI Africa, right? As a startup, I remember in this room, strangely, downstairs, there's a lounge downstairs about 6-7 years ago. Right, we sat down and we said, what kind of ideas do we have? What are you interested in? What do you want to do post where you're working? And so why I said if you're a writer, write the kind of books you love to read. If you're a singer, you sing the kind of songs you love to listen to, is energy. We like to say, so when I say good afternoon, I expect a high level of energy. So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah. So I really wish I could sound as technical as everyone, right? I'm not, the closest I've ever been to being a technician is writing jam and putting electronics engineering. And you know, in Nigeria, what we read, we don't, matter of fact, they give us, you know, they say they gave us mathematics. You know, I read math, but I actually wanted to read engineering. But I remind myself every time I have to speak at this type of conferences that, okay, maybe I'm not too far from it. I was supposed to have an hour, but it probably has to be less because of the time constraints, right? So I will talk about something off the tangent, but we all still need that. Because you would call it reliability. For us in project management, we would put it as Six Sigma, Excellence, Kaizen. We'll put them all in the same place, right? So, but they're all synonyms, right? Now I'm outside looking in, and I sit back and I see errors that everyday people make, right? Last 2 years, we were plagued by a huge crisis in the world. In less than 1 year, 2 Boeing planes crashed. Can anybody remember that? Boeing 737 MAX, right? And people don't understand how funny that conversation is, because the average percentage, and mathematics, I'll roll out a few data. The safest car in the world, is actually the Volvo. The Volvo is actually the safest car in the world. Now, the Volvo's safest car, as the safest car in the world, has a probability of an accident being 1 in every 5,000 flights, 5,000 drives, right? So every time you do a 5,000 trip, you're most likely going to have an accident. Interesting data. But guess what the plane says? The average chance of a plane crashing, the safest car is 1 out of what, 5,000. The chance, probability, mathematical probability of a plane crashing, and this might give us some level of solitude and comfort whenever we're flying and it's turbulent, to know that the probability of a plane crashing is 1 out of 1 million plus flights. 1 out of 5,000 versus 1 out of 1 million. So how come in 1 year, right, 2 planes crashed? That's a reliability issue. That's a reliability issue, right? And Nigeria has one of the worst frameworks for flight, and we can understand why 90% of the planes you see in the local airport is not brand new, right? But what am I driving with this? I'm going to just use case studies. I'm a storyteller and I tell stories, but I'll tell stories and relate it back to how it affects maintenance and why your work is really important, because we don't realize that every minute, right, about 250 people die, right, in the world. But out of that 250, you can do the maths of, if I'm here for 30 minutes, how many people have died in 30 minutes? But what we don't realize that 70% of those deaths are actually avoidable. They are usually technical. What you call accident, behind the scene of the accident is something that's gone wrong, technically, right? So people don't just wake up and something happened. I think in the 3rd edition of TMI, I shared something. I was very passionate that day because I'd lost somebody 2 days ago to that event. So I just came and I was just ranting. I mean, because it was very sound, intelligent guy. Now I run a team of very sound guys. Everyone on my team, as a rule, and I'd like to say that I'm the only one that's an exception of the rule in my team, right, is everyone made a first class in my team. You must make a first class to join my team. So this brilliant guy walks in, make a first class, takes a job in less than one week, right? He goes to play football, and while he's playing football, the Unilag, right? So they have a field in Unilag, and he goes to play football, and while he's playing football, he decides to be the keeper. If you're here, you must have heard the story, and he's been the keeper, and they're trying to, things Nigerians do when you're being a keeper, you know, the ball goes above the bar, right? We call it over the bar, right? And then you jump up and catch the pole, just for cruise, like Nigerians would say, right? And the pole falls down, right, and hits him. And that's pure steel. And his abdomen is damaged, internal bleeding. We didn't figure it out. 2-3 days, he died. Someone who just left university. That is a reliability maintenance issue. Because I'm just pained, and a few weeks I drive to Unilag and I see that somebody has carried that steel and put it back without fixing it. So that is going to happen over and over and over again. So I don't know who's changing the slides. I'll just quickly run us through. So my conversation is, it's easy for you to make mistakes if you look at what you do from a technical perspective and not how it affects the lives of people, right? So we're technicians, we're behind the scene, we're factory workers, we're industry workers. We don't see that those things we don't do right can cause havoc. The sad thing is we never get the feedback. The same way whoever did that poll will never know that someone died from that problem. A few years ago, one of the biggest zoos in the world was shut down because of something very similar. Someone had a routine checklist of what to do in a zoo. It was a technician who was supposed to oil, grease the latch, and all those very simple things. And he forgot, right? 3-4 days, that routine didn't happen, right? Right, preventive maintenance. And so this lion is hungry, and the lion just keeps hitting the latch, right? And breaks the latch. And this is a zoo with kids. And he comes out and eats 6 children. That zoo would never recover. The kids will never come back alive. That's a reliability issue. Am I right? Am I talking to somebody here? So, business and management structure for reliability. Basically, just trying to understand how it works. How can I switch the slides? Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. So, perfection. It's an infinite chase. Let's not bother. No one's perfect. That's what they say, right? No one's perfect. But the template is aim for perfection. We'll never get there. But if you fail, you at least land somewhere. Excellent. You aim for perfection. If you miss, you land an excellent, right? But how do you even get to that level of excellence? Are there brands that have gotten to that level of excellence? So, typically, again, I'm going to use non-technical issues to explain technical stuff. So I'm doing a research. Our company does consulting, management, structure, and we do a lot of research. So I'm telling my guys in the office, tell me the top 10 most excellent companies in the world, right? And I'll save us the detail. I'm just randomly picking 3 companies because I think they're popular, they're relatable to everyone. Everyone wants a Rolls Royce, right? You would want to have a Rolls Royce. Davido raised what? Over 200 million, right? In less than 2 days. And because he was trying to clear his Rolls Royce, that's the reason why he raised the money. He just went on Instagram and said, you guys need to raise me 1 million each because I need to clear my Rolls Royce, right? But why is Rolls Royce such a powerful car from a technical perspective? Why does it also make the list of the top 10 most reliable human work of arts? There's a reason why it's over 100 years company. It's the only car that has 70 to 80% of its production, right? Its inventory, things that ever left as a product, 100 years still on the road. You rarely can't see a Toyota from a 1992 Toyota model on the road. How do you have people who have cars that were made in 1938 still on the road? That's something to pay attention to, right? And yes, Boeing had the crisis, but Boeing is still by far, right? And they've come off that phoenix. They've come off that whole quagmire. They're still one of the most excellent companies in the world. As a matter of fact, they're among the only 3 companies that have 6 Sigma black belts, right? I don't know what the application of black belt would be for corporate, but they have the highest 6 Sigma certifications in the world, just next to 3M, Motorola, and Nestle, right? But what can we learn from these companies? Boeing, Rolls-Royce, and the Navy SEAL. Maybe I'll come off my high horse of thinking of equipment and cars. Let's look at humans, Navy SEAL, because I'm driving somewhere with this. I'm driving towards how can you have, is there a template for building excellence? Is there a template for reliability? Especially non-technical template that we can relate to. You're going to see that you can't draw a standard deviation. There's no mean for Navy SEAL, Boeing, Rolls-Royce. There's no correlation. There's zero standard deviation. But how do they still give the same result? They don't do the same thing. The Rolls-Royce does the car. The Boeing does jets. By the way, the Boeing also does rail, but we don't think of Boeing when we think of light rail. They also do satellite equipment for space. But Navy SEAL, and we don't know how powerful this is. Now let me put this in context. Every year, over 20 to 100,000 people apply to join the Navy SEAL in the US, right? Guess what? The Navy SEAL can only take not more than 200 people. So there's something about how they get people in. So I'm just telling stories, but understand the concepts. You've got to keep a barrier, right? You've got to keep your bar high, because you see some of the problems we technicians have are we're trying to solve problems that HR has failed to solve. So HR gives you wrong people, and you turn your production center into a rehab to rehabilitate wrongly employed people. And it's very distractive to us. If you're a manager, you can relate, right? You're like, you really want to ask them, how did you get this job? Like, how? Did you write the same exam? Can anyone relate to this? Right? So sometimes the first step is to create a barrier to get in. And I use myself as a practical example. You don't bother. I still had a conversation with my parents about this 3-4 days ago about, oh, you know this is your cousin. He just finished school. He's looking for a job. Can you come and work in your company? I'm like, Dad, I've been running my company for, I had the opportunity to start business quite early. I'm like, I've been running my business since 21. I've not hired people who don't make 4.5 CGPA. Daddy, I don't mind hiring anybody. But if he didn't make a 4.5 CGPA, let him not bother. Matter of fact, if he's too close to you, send me his CV, I'll send it to somebody else. Because you've got to create that barrier. So why is the Navy SEAL? And by the way, Navy SEAL is the most powerful team, right? It's called Navy SEAL. It's supposed to be for water, right? But the SEAL in it is an acronym for sea, air, and land. It's the only part of the Navy that do air, sea, and land. Let me put this in context. That the guys that took down Osama bin Laden after 10 years, after everybody's tried, FBI has tried, CIA has tried, SWAT has tried. If you watch movies, you see it. When in movies, they say, let's bring in the Navy SEAL. You know that gang, that Navy SEALs don't show up just anyhow. They brought in Navy SEAL when we were going to get Osama bin Laden, right? They were so sure, and that's what because reliability is zero defects. That's really my view of reliability. No defect. It is when somebody says somebody is reliable. What does it mean? It means that you don't even need to, pardon me, but you don't even need to pray if it's reliable, because it's just going to happen. Look, gravity is a reliable concept, 9.8 meters per second. You don't jump up and come down by God's grace. You will come down. If you go up, if you throw anything down, it will come down. It's natural. And it has to be at that point. So these Navy SEAL guys understand reliability so much that they were so sure that it wasn't trial and error. They weren't trained to do trial and error. Their error rate was almost zero. So when they knew they were going to get Osama, now this man is the most dangerous man on earth. He's actually the most dangerous man of all time, right? You know what the first thing they requested? If the Oval Office could watch them live while they capture, you have to be sure to say, let my president watch me. Let's go on IG Live while we capture him. Because there's no second place. You don't want to embarrass yourself in front of the world. But that's where they were going. But you see, my point is, the first thing the Navy SEAL got right is not the training. Of course, training is very tedious. First, you have to do, every day they do 200 push-ups in 1 minute. That's a lot. If you ever work out, that's a lot. That's literally almost impossible. But the first thing they do is they put a barrier to get in. You've got to have a 130 IQ. IQ of 130. Average human being is 90 to 110. If you're above 110, you're a genius. You've got to come in and do 200 push-ups. So you've got to have that high barrier that gets people in. And oil and gas grew so big in Nigeria, not because they just discovered oil, but because oil and gas had the best set of people who worked in oil and gas. Am I right? Just by how they recruited back in the days. You've got to be the best graduating student in your school to even try to come in. Am I right? Most of the time. So you've got to have, and I'm assuming that we're talking to different sets of people here, the managers, even the MDs who make decisions, the corporate guys, the management guys, and even your operation guys. If you're the operation guy, you've got to make your own bar so high. Right? So the Rolls Royce, the Boeing, the Rolex, Nestle, 3M, Bank of America, the newest in that league will be Amazon. These are the world's most reliable firms. I mean, we don't even know how reliable Amazon is till we realize that all of us here, right, our data in the world is on Amazon, AWS. Look, we all have iPhones. 1 billion iPhones are currently in circulation. They run on AWS. Right? The Google Drive run on AWS. That's how reliable. You've got to be reliable. See, when we used to back up hard drives, we used to buy 3 hard drives just in case one crashes. Am I talking to somebody here? My point is, there's something they all have in common, and I've made it easy by that acronym. It's called the 7S. And I'm just going to run us through the 7S real quick. The 7S is the fundamental framework. And I need to give credit to who is due. It's not even my 7S. It's years of research. 50, 100 years. It's actually called the McKinsey 7S. In consulting, we know that McKinsey is sort of like the backer of consulting, right? PwC, KPMG, McKinsey, Bain and Associates, BCG. But the point is, they came to the conclusion that all great teams, all great companies, all great systems seem to have the same template. Whether they know it knowingly or unknowingly, it's like you walk into any great company, you find out that they have the 7S. So just use this as a wake-up call to ask, which of these 7S are you very good at? So you can't build a great reliable team or a great reliable department or a reliable product as your organization who produces product without having the 7S. So I'm just going to quickly run us through it. The first one is called shared values. A team is not a group of people with equal skill. A team is not a group of people with equal skill. A team is a group of people with equal commitment. Commitment to a shared value. If this was a smaller team, I'll put people on the spot and I'll ask you, oh, do you know the shared value of your company? And I think Jonathan asked that question at some point. A lot of people work in companies, they don't even know the shared value. In your small unit, is there a central ideology that guides everybody? Let's even put it back home. 1 word, 2 words, 3 words. I say this is what guides us. I mean, America in its prime was binded by what they call the American dream. You can be anything you want to be. And to symbolize that, they put the Statue of Liberty, which is basically liberty. Right? Until you can create a company or a department where we have same shared value, where if things go wrong, we come back to that shared value and say, no, these things can happen because this is our shared value. Yesterday, someone went viral on the internet and it was so interesting because I have a back-end story to it. If anyone follows the Dangote losing his brother and all that, and then Dan Tata shows up yesterday. I don't know if anybody saw that viral video. You know, Dan Tata shows up in a room full of all the most powerful Northerners are there. And Bola Tinubu was also there. And Dan Tata shows up. And when Dan Tata shows up, everybody stands up, right? And Tinubu bows to greet Dan Tata. A lot of people don't know how powerful Dan Tata is in the Northern Caliphate, but he stretches his hand to shake everybody there, and not a single person shakes him back. Like, everybody dressed back and says, I'd rather not shake you because, like, we get the concept, right? Like, we shouldn't shake you because you're not our mates type of thing. But I work with that firm, and I've seen that firm, by the way, they're the only people in Nigeria who's built 4 generations of wealth. 4 generations of wealth. Dangote is in his first generation. MK Abiola was first. I'm not sure how he lived to the second, but the truth about it is, there's something they've gone right. And I remember this one time years ago, and I was talking to one of the Dan Tatas, and he talked about shared value. And you'd hear them say stuff like, we don't do this in our family. We don't do this in our family. What is that thing you don't do in your firm? Because you've got to have something you don't do. Like, we don't hire certain people. Like, we don't talk in certain way. Like, we don't compromise in certain things. That's what shared value is. Am I communicating with everyone here? Second thing is staffing. There's nothing more depressing than trying to discuss 4x4 ideas with 2x2 minds. Right? And it happens a lot in Nigeria, right? Where it frustrates the best of our kinds, and this is why Nigerians don't have the best politicians, because the people they know how frustrating it is to get in and come out, right? But my point is, you've got to have a framework for staffing, and of recent, I've learned to use data, right? And I really wish the next TMI would bring in a lot more non-technical people in the companies, because if you look at the way Nigerian technical organizations are structured, projectized technicals, the guys who sit on C-suites, right? C-suites. The C-suites are the corporate guys, the CEO, the CFO, the CMO, the CTO, 90% of the guys on the C-suite who make the decisions that affect the company, none of them are technical. I don't know if anybody noticed. Oil and gas, none of them are making decisions for you. It's like what's happening in Nigeria, where you have youth conference with the average age of the people there are in their 60s, and they're discussing youth. I think of recently somebody showed something in Saudi Arabia, the women's conference, and there was no woman in the women's conference. Right? And that's really what happens sometimes, right? You've got to have data. So, of recent, I've learned something. There's 7 billion people on Earth, but only 16 personality type by sociology. Out of that 16 personality type, there's certain personality types that don't do well in certain roles. So don't bother. So data has to be able to, I don't know if anyone of recent done very multinational interviews by stage 1, stage 2, at some stage they tell you to do a personality test. They use that to actually determine whether you can fit into that role. Some people don't have patience. Some people by their personality are not articulate enough to pay attention to detail. So they're not going to knot the boat right. They're not going to dot the T's and cross the I's. And those are the main triggers, right, for these issues. I see design errors all the time. You go to a world-class hotel and just very simple things. You see design errors. And you know that this design error just comes from no attention to detail. Just basic stuff. So it's a personality thing. Some people are more critical than others. Don't we have friends who are critical? Who spot little errors? They do better as analysts. They do better as process engineers. You can't bring people who are just dreamers. Dreamers don't pay attention to dreamers. There's nothing wrong with being a dreamer. They make the best CEOs. They make the best inventors. They dream things. But there are people who don't have to be dreamers. There are people who are doers. There are people who are thinkers. So staffing is really about that. Now let's move to skill. The skill that all great teams have, or let me put this in your context. So a skill you must have as an individual. 3 things. 1, technical skill. I'm sure you already know that this whole session is about technical skill, but it's a triad. It's a triangle with 3 sides, and one side is just the technical. So what's the rest 2? Because, and just as feedback for someone here who wants to be ambitious enough to grow up your career ladder in reliability and technicality, the truth about it is that the same skill set you need to build technicality is the same skill set that makes you not become very high up there. Let me put this in context. You can be too technical to succeed. Have you met people who are too smart to succeed? It's like playing basketball. You've got to be tall to play in the NBA, right? I don't stand a chance to play in the NBA. I don't. I'm not up to 6 feet. But guess what? I can also be too tall to play in the NBA. That's what people don't tell us. So, you know, you have cousins that's tall. I say, oh, why don't you play basketball? You're tall. But you can be too tall. And there's a reason why Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and all these guys, right, are not pretty very tall. Right? So, the technical skills get you into reliability. It gets you into your industry. It gets you into your unit. But if you've got to grow, you've got to develop the other 2 skills. And one of those skills is leadership skill. So technical skill, then leadership skill, right? Because, and we don't realize how bad this is till there's an opportunity at the top, right? And your supervisor won't let you go. You know why? Because if he lets you go, that space becomes vacant. It's a dilemma people are in, right? You know, there's an opportunity, but I don't think I want you to go. Because if you go, these seats, that's because you haven't built leadership. You haven't built delegation, right? So people can't let you go. I wish I wasn't recorded. I told a practical story of a crisis that happened that is connected to even the biggest crisis in Nigeria, political crisis, which is June 12th. It was something about this thing of someone was working with someone, and then there was an opportunity at the top for someone to be a minister, and the person was a journalist, and the person the company was working for wouldn't let him go. So let me put this because like I'm president and you're a big, you're someone who's big who wants a media firm. And I said, there's this young kid I see who's really smart in your company. Now I'm president. I need him as my minister. And you look at me and say, you know, you're my friend, but do you want to kill my company? How do you feel that journalist will feel? Right? And it happens to us as technicians. We're too good at what we do, but we haven't developed the leadership to teach other people to delegate. What leadership is know the way, go the way, and show the way. Some of us only end at the first one, we know. At most, we go. But we never come back to show. Remember, know the way, go the way, and come back to show the way. Leadership is arguably one of the highest. It's what, like, we can't even talk about it because of the country we're in, because that's the defect that we have. People that know don't do, people that do don't know. People that have shoes don't have legs, people that have legs don't have shoes, right? The third one is business acumen, triangle, right? And you can have leadership skill, you can have technical skill, but you don't see what you do and how it affects the balance sheet of your company. And I've seen this in interviews because of my work. I sit in interviews, I do a lot of recruitment, and I'm always looking out for some guy that walks into the room when he's being interviewed and says, so tell me about yourself. I'm looking for that guy that doesn't, especially technical roles. And I saw this one time, there's a client, Sinotruck, Dangote Sinotruck. So we're recruiting for mechanical engineers and mechanics and those guys. And this guy walks in and he just blew our minds because all he said was, in my last firm, I helped them save this amount of money through this. And for me, that was because we're sitting down saying, okay, after all this grammar that you can speak, after all these things you can do, how does it affect the company? What's your business acumen? And we've got to understand that the fact we're technicians don't mean that we cannot help. Matter of fact, the best innovations. And you think about it technically, the biggest companies in the world right now are technical companies, right? Right? The techies. Well, technology is now broken down into different parts. There are soft tech companies, right? We've always had tech companies. Technology, 50 years ago, Mobil would be called a tech company, right? ExxonMobil was there for years. I'm not sure they're in top 10 anymore, but the most important thing is they're still tech companies. But right now, we know what you realize, that the biggest tech companies in the world are not exactly run by techies. We act like Bill Gates is a techie, but he's not a techie. We act like Steve Jobs, Apple was a techie. He was not a techie. Jeff Bezos, the richest man who runs the biggest tech company, is not a techie. They just understand business, just have enough business acumen to use the tool for technology to run it. So you've got to understand at least how income statement works, even though you're a technology company. So you can know when you are a liability or when you're an asset. So you can be sure that what you're asking for is not penny wise and pounds foolish. Sometimes we say, okay, this is a maintenance conference, but are you sure that maintenance is the actual, sometimes, right, the cost of, in project management, we call it cost of quality, right? Sometimes some of your cost of quality is counterproductive. Like, there's nothing worse than spending the money, like they're climbing a ladder that's leaning on the wrong wall. It's like the maths that our airlines would do in the cost of buying a Tokumbo. I wish it was Tokumbo planes. Because of the lifespan of planes, some of the planes we fly in Nigeria in our aircraft, if only we know that they're fourth ownership. Some are scrap, are bought and refurbished. But if only they know from a business acumen perspective that all it takes to crash an airline that has 20 planes is one plane crash. So even you bought 20 fourth generation plane, if one crashes, your business is gone. That's a business acumen conversation. Because in the room, when the pilots or the aviation engineers are advising, they don't know a lot about how business runs. Except for one airline in Nigeria, we know the airline. No airline has survived the plane crash. You're just one step ahead. Matter of fact, the fear of a plane crash can shut down your business. Just, it was smoking. It did not crash. Right? So we've got to have sort of that type of skill sets. So business acumen, technical capability, which is what you call technical skill, and leadership skill. Now let's look at style. And style here will be leadership style. And leadership, like Mr. Jonathan rightly said, is not a, I know I have less than 5 minutes. Now, leadership is not a position. It's a state of mind, right? And we forget that. So some of us are assuming that when we get that position, we'll become leaders, right? And if only we see that leadership is a state of mind. I've come to a conclusion from my years of research these days that leadership is even a nature than a nurture. There are parts of leadership that you just can't learn. There are parts of leadership that come from who you are genetically, how you grew up. How you grew up is even in later parts, right? But here's my point about this leadership thing. And a few years ago, there was a crisis with a particular airline. I think it was North Korean airline, I'm not sure. They had the highest crash in the world. Right? In fact, I was wondering why they hadn't been banned, because they kept crashing back and forth, you know. So in maybe 4 years, they had crashed. The whole world, they had the worst. Strangely, they sorted that out, and today they're one of the safest airlines. This happened in the 80s and 90s. Until some guy came and looked at all of the airlines all of the planes that crashed and see whether there was any relationship in the correlation. Because the first thing we think about is faults, right? Faults, engineering faults, technical faults. And they looked at technical faults and realized that there was no correlation whatsoever. When a plane crashes, what else you look at is weather, right? Right? Like, okay, how? Then we looked at all the plane crashes, like, no, there was no correlation, there was no consistency in the weather. So we can say this particular weather crashed. They looked at different things. They looked at 10 different variables. They didn't find any correlation, because if you don't find a correlation, you can't draw a graph, right? And someone brought up an 11th conversation, which was strange, and it was culture. That it wasn't something about anything technical. It was something about culture. And they realized that the Korean culture, right, had what you call power distance, right? We call it power distance, the degree of disagreeableness between a subordinate and his boss. Right? Koreans are, let's put this in Nigerian grammar, Koreans are by far one of the most respectful people in the world. But you see, that overly respect was the main trigger for the plane crash. Didn't sound like it made sense, right? But power distance, so this is where the confusion is coming from. And if you check the biggest companies in the world, you see that they have very low power distances. That means it's okay to disagree with your boss. Because this is also the problem with Nigeria as a system. We have a very high power distance in Nigeria. You don't talk when your elders is talking, even if you have what to say. Does that sound familiar? Right? So you don't raise your hands. Young people can't challenge their elders because they would say that they're being disrespectful, right? Okay, and you start to find out that in the plane crash, because this came from conversations from the cockpit, so when they couldn't find anything, they started to listen to the last set of conversations they were having, because you know when the cockpit, when you can still get the black box, right? That's what it's called. And you can still play back the conversation that happened in the black box. And they saw that, oh, this was the problem. So the planes had crisis before it escalated to becoming a plane crash. It was spotted, but the guy who spotted it could have said it to the guy who is his senior pilot. But by the culture of the place, you're not allowed to have that conversation. And if you're allowed to have it and the senior pilot doesn't agree, you have to keep quiet. Do we see how the crisis is? So I know it, but if I tell you, like what happened if you were born during slavery and you were a black person as a slave abroad, right? And it took you on the, what they call the ships, right? The ship that they took you off, right? There was a name for it, I can't remember. Now, the funny thing is, some of those black people, by the nature of their slave masters, learned how to read, right? But it was illegal for a black man to know how to read, right? So it's that same scenario. A black man can read, but if they ever find out that he can read, he'll be killed, right? So they're driving, right, in a space wagon, in a ship, in a slave wagon, right, going to plantation, and there's an accident because there's a road that says take left or take right or bump ahead, right? And he can't say, oh, there's bump ahead. Does everybody get it? Because if he says there's bump ahead, right, with the sign, he has to explain how he knew there was bump ahead. So they have to have an accident. It's literally that scenario. So what am I saying in essence? You've got to build a culture where there's zero power distance or a low power distance, where feedback is okay, where you can even centralize feedback so nobody's witch hunted, where you can have a suggestion box where people can drop things, where you can have spot checks, where you can have town hall meetings and say, how can we do this better? What do you guys think? Where you can have internal mentorship, where the big guy can teach the small guy. This 7S, and there isn't a lot of time and I need to go now, this is arguably the most important thing, right? Of course, there's no time to talk about structure, and I'm always here every single time, right? Every TMI conference, and I hope that one day I'll be talk about the other S I didn't because of time, but you've got to understand that these things are important. Maybe what I would do with permission to Jonathan is to share the slides. You see there's a lot of slides, right? I was hoping to have a lot more time. Is for Jonathan to probably share the slides, you can look at it, and you can independently, right, see how, and this 80-20 principle, we're technicians, we know the 80-20 principle, it's important. You've got to ask yourself, what's that 20% that gives me 80% of my results? For some of us, this is training. But guess what? You don't realize that the 20% of the things you learn that determines the 80% of the results, but HR is always cutting down budget on training. Like your clothes, your shoes, your Twitter, in every wardrobe is 20% of your clothes you wear 80% of the time. Has everybody noticed that? In your clothes, your wardrobe, no matter how big your wardrobe is 20% of those clothes you wear 80% of the time. If you ask Nigerian breweries, they will tell you that it's 20% of people that drink beer that drink 80% of the beer. I don't know if you know that. Beer drinkers, 20% of Nigerians drink 80% of the beer. It's the same people that drink. It's not the social guys that make Nigerian breweries the most profitable business in the last 10 years. One of the most profitable business in the last 10 years. Right? The same way on Twitter, it's 20% of Twitter people that make 80% of the noise. Right? It's not you that just walk in and walk out. Right? So you've got to know your 80-20%. Right? One key conversation that is ongoing and is constant on my commission is you cannot leave things to chance. The first rule of excellence is intentionality. You don't become excellent by accident. You can't be luckily excellent. That's called fluke. If I had one last word, it would be anyone can fall off a ladder by accident. People can fall off a ladder by accident. But nobody, absolutely nobody climbs a ladder by accident. Thank you and God bless you guys.
Thank you very much, Izu. Please, we can do it better. Thank you. We'll take 2, maybe 3 questions. Any questions for him? Any questions? And I in particular love the note on which you ended, that no one climbs a ladder by accident. And we all need to be intentional with all we do. So let's see how the questions go.
Good afternoon. My name is Ifeanyi Chris. So a very fantastic presentation here. So I was particularly interested in the HR aspect where you try to highlight how you put the barrier in getting people in. But I think Nigerian companies most of the time turn out to just have a particular idea of the type of employees they want, even if you are excellent, even if you are very good. So for example, I think even the big companies in Nigeria, some of the big companies, the criteria, most of the times, I got interviewed with Shell when I was I graduated. So I finished at the 5th stage. So I was doing very well up to the E3, for example. The last stage was the Shell recruitment day. So, but I didn't get the job. So I tried to find out. I had 2 young guys that I interviewed on the same interview panel. I tried to find out, what did you do how did it happen? So the thing is, you can, as a fresh graduate, for example, come out from school with all the bright degree grades and everything. But you have someone out there already putting in a lot of effort, maybe 2 years and some other accolades with them. But the company itself, because of the competition of job in Nigeria, you can't get in. So I think a lot of people still have bright competencies and a lot of things going for them that the HR can't see. No matter how the barrier you put, you can't see. Somebody can be very intelligent, 3rd class, for example, but the criteria from the company might be 1st class. I know about Tony Elumelu, I don't know if it's true, but I've heard it severally that he's a 3rd class product. So these things, I don't know how you correlate it with spotting excellence, grade, and excellence, and competence. And, you know, somebody can come into a company low, but turn out a high flyer. So how do you correlate these 2 things? Thank you.
Okay, one of those arguments and case studies, I didn't want to sound academic, and for my introduction, I'm actually my 5th master's degree. So these days I go for this master's session just to sit down and see how the current academic situation. I see a lot of things wrong with academics today, right? How you even made your 1st class, right? But here's my advice, first of all, and HR, right? There has to be an SOP for HR. HR is not in the best position to hire reliability people, especially if the HR came with a CIPM, PH. It's not a technical. So HR, first of all, has to change how they hire people, right? You see, the most reliable model I've seen for hiring is still I'm sorry to say this, it's still the Igbo apprenticeship model. right? Test you first. Instead of them doing 6 stages of interviews, right? All verbal, all academic. Can one of them be hang around the plant for 1 week, right? Engage with who your potential supervisor, let them manage the inspection. You might not be hired. That's part of the interview process. 1, on the board of the interviews, right? Do you have technical representatives there? Then there will always be an outlier, like if you draw curves, right, and you y and x gradient, and you try to draw a curve in like quadratic equations or polynomial curves. You would see that there are certain asterisk that never cross the curve. We call them outliers in maths, right? Those, when you're doing that, are out. For those outliers, have a different framework. So this is what I've come to do. It's called compensation advantage. And Ivy League schools have learned this. To be in an Ivy League school, any Ivy League school, Stanford, Yale, Columbia, Harvard, Johns Hopkins, the barrier to get in is high, very high, right? But they have a small thing they call affirmative action. It's a clause that says, okay, why you need let me just give an example, why you need a 110 IQ to get in? Everybody must have 110 IQ. They put a small asterisk and they put an affirmation action clause. In psychology, it's called compensation advantage. That is, okay, what is that thing you have to make up for the things you don't have? And this is actually how Obama got into Harvard. Obama didn't pass the SAT score to get into Harvard. However, Obama had done a lot of work behind the scene that helped him score more, right? Like he's been a social service person. He's also from a very disadvantaged neighborhood in Southside Chicago, right? So once in a while, and I can give an example, there's a guy in my team who I'm not sure, he's not even graduated. I'm not sure if he graduates, he will make a third class. But he's on my team as an exemption. Because there are other things he brings to the table that others don't bring. He's an idea guy. He can churn out 100 ideas in 1 minute. And when I spotted, matter of fact, the day he came to for interview, he wore dreads to look for a job in a company that has only first class people. But when I engaged him, and this thing, I took him for a ride. I was going for a series of meetings. I said, pop in, I don't have time to tell me about you. If you're a serial killer in an interview, I don't know why HR do this all the time. So tell me about you. Like the guy's going to say, hi, I'm a serial killer. So why are you wasting time? You know, so I'm like, let's tag along. And I in the commission, I see how divergent, how he has, and we throw crazy ideas in interviews. I'm like, okay, so what is this? I can say, okay, so what's this? It says a pen, right? And I'm like, what is a pen? So what do you do with a pen? What do you do with a pen? You write with a pen. Am I right? Okay, what are the other 10 things you can do with a pen? I'm trying to see how divergent you can think. Because there are other things you can do with a pen, right? Including to stab somebody. Right? Right? Or water. What are the other things you can do with water apart from drinking and swimming? And I see how this guy is churning out divergent ideas. I'm like, this guy's an idea guy. Now, where do we put this guy in our team? We've got to put him in a place that needs all of this. So, to your answer, very direct, straight answer is, you happen to be one of those outliers. The problem is that they didn't have a clause to accommodate someone like you. Maybe not that department you were going to. And let's understand this. If you're an employee and you feel hurt that you didn't get some job in certain places, and there's a problem we don't realize, that employment is not a training center. People want plug and play. People just want to plug and play. If a company starts to grow really big, they can afford to have a training hall. If you're running a business of 10 staff, you have no time for experiment. So we're looking for people who already have the experience, right? So I feel like maybe when you run your own business, right, you rewrite those wrongs through a different, because school is changing. School is failing, not changing. School is failing. If you check the biggest companies in the world right now, they've taken out BSc or being a graduate as a criteria to get in. Because don't forget how those things were set up then. It was because of the mechanical era. We're not in the mechanical era anymore. We don't need someone that can pass exam to do job, right? I don't know if that sort of helps you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, please, let's appreciate him for the presentation. Thank you very, very much. And after the sessions, we are going to take the slides and then, as you requested, and share it with the rest of them as well. Thank you. That was a brilliant presentation. Please, let's appreciate him once more.
Just on a disruptive level, you can actually scan, you can actually snap this to get the contact. If you snap it, you're going to see a WhatsApp pop up. You just snap what's on the wall. Thank you very much, and thank you, Jonathan, once again.
Thank you for thanking us, and thank you too. And for those of you who don't get it very well, it's also being projected at the back. So while those who are sitting from the middle to the back, you don't necessarily have to zoom in here and probably distort it. You can just go all the way to the back and just take a quick snapshot. So at this point in time, we'll take a break. We should be back in the next by 2. So please, you can use any of the doors. And a reminder, the washroom, when you go out, you walk along the corridor, and it's to your right, just after where the lift is. So for those who are online, we are taking a 25-minute break. Please get up, stretch, meet 1 or 2 people, and then let's come back and finish up with the sessions left. Thank you very much, and see you soon. Thank you. Hello, may I have your attention, please? There's refreshment outside, so please feel free and serve yourself. Thank you very much. I'd like to request that everyone outside please come in. We start the next session. We are about starting the next session. Please come in. Please come in. Okay then. Thank you very much and welcome back to the second part of today's program. For those our friends online, this is the 5th Africa Maintenance and Reliability Conference being held here at the 4 Points Sheraton Hotel in Lagos. We are going straight into our next presentation, which would be on certification. We have our friends from the Life Cycle Engineering in the US who would be doing their presentation via Zoom. That's going to be online. Just before we get started, I just want one person to share with us what he or she has taken or is taken away from the very first part of our presentations. It is said that about 80 to 90% of people who attend training programs or such events go back and do not make use of it. So just to make sure that we are all on track, I'd like to just hear from just one person. Just one person. If you can just share with us what you have taken away, you are taking away so far. Just one person. Well, thankfully, I saw a lot of you writing, and I love the way you were writing. And I know you wrote what you were learning, and as a result of that, you actually wrote something. So, privileged to have the mic in my hands. I will just look around, I'll take a cursory look around, and then if my eye meets your eye, please don't look down. And don't harden your heart, because we'd just like to hear something from you. Okay. The person shouldn't have to. Oh, fantastic. You're a lifesaver.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. So, it's just a brief one. Things that really struck me. 2 things from the last speaker. Of course, they were from both the first and second, but let me just speak from the last speaker. So, one was his definition of leadership in very clear terms of know the way, go the way, and show the way. I liked it very much. I noted it, and I think it's very, very simple to work with. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And like I said, you are a lifesaver. I was just looking at someone who hasn't spoken the whole day, a lady who has crossed her leg, and I was just saying to myself that, wow, her voice will sound very good. Considering the fact that over 90% of our participants today are male, right? We always love to have you to beautify the room as well. Oh, you want to speak? Should I bring you the mic? Should I bring you the mic? Okay. So it's time for us to just zoom straight into the next presentation. I know earlier on some of us made mention of the fact that we were looking at the various types of skills. There was a presentation that made mention of skills, the kind of skills we have. And then this afternoon, we're privileged to have with us two of our friends from the Life Cycle Engineering team who are going to be talking on the topic certification and skills, the global currency of our generation. So without much ado, I'd like to just turn this over to you, Tara, and Dan. You can take it up from here. Over to you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Appreciate the kind introduction and the opportunity to participate in the conference today. So yes, Tara and I will be going through a presentation on certification and some of the offerings that we have available through Lifecycle Engineering. So I think probably a good step here would be to share the presentation that we have put together. And let me make sure. Can everybody see the presentation on the main screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, my name is Dan Anderson. I serve as the manager of the Lifecycle Institute at Lifecycle Engineering. I've been here for 14 years. And my colleague who I have on the line has been here a couple months earlier than me. So both Tara and I have been here for a long time. Tara, if you'd like to introduce yourself as well.
Hi, I'm Tara Holwegner, and I manage our products at Lifecycle Engineering, where we take our subject matter expertise and then share it with the world. So we're here to talk about some of that today. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, certainly. So just to give everybody a little bit of background on Lifecycle Engineering, we are based in Charleston, South Carolina, here in the U.S., and we were founded in 1976. So this past year, we just had our 45-year anniversary a couple of months ago. So back in 1976, we were founded by an R&D project with the Naval Nuclear Program here in Charleston. So we helped them to build, or our founding fathers, Jim Fye and George Thornley, had helped the Naval Nuclear Submarine Fleet here to build asset management plans for the Naval Nuclear subs. So it was quite innovative at the time. It's really the foundation of what we call reliability nowadays. So we are a family-owned business, been around for a long time, have supported thousands of clients in their cultural transformation efforts. So, moving from more of a reactive to a proactive environment. Tara and I work within an umbrella of a group called the Reliability Consulting Group here at LCE. And so there's really three phases of the business within the Reliability Consulting Group. We have strategic services to help clients understand the value associated with moving towards a more proactive environment. We have asset management services to help you make more data-driven decisions that support your overall reliability programs. If you're having problems with your EAM or CMMS, or if you just need some reliability engineering support, we're available to come in and help you with root cause analysis, different types of FMEAs, things like that can support you in driving the reliability programs. And then, last but certainly not least is the group that Tara and I work within, which is the Lifecycle Institute and Intellectual Products. So we're going to talk a lot about that today. We're going to talk about how we view effective adult learning, because we're very much into learning that produces results at the end of the day, and not learning that's just a check in the box. Anybody can go and deliver a PowerPoint presentation and leave you with some slides and tell some stories, but what Tara and I have, Tara's partnered with me throughout the years just to, put together very effective adult learning courses and curriculum. So, those could be within face-to-face classroom deliveries. They could be virtual instructor-led, which, we've seen over the pandemic has been, quite a challenge to get out there, but we've been very successful in helping clients with the virtual classes. And virtual is much different than what we're going to talk about as well too, which is e-learning, and that's self-paced e-learning. So just right, from the get-go, I wanted to explain that we do provide classroom, which is on site or through our university affiliates. We do provide virtual, which are, instructor-led virtual offerings, and then the self-paced e-learning. So Tara's going to talk a little bit more detail about the e-learning as we get into the presentation as well. But that gives you a little background on LCE and who we are as the Reliability Consulting Group in the Lifecycle Institute. So, some of the challenges that we're seeing today, there's a lot of pressure on the manufacturing environment and some of the things that we want to help clients with, and that's managing capital assets and asset intensive, safety conscious industry. If you look back to maybe 20 years ago, and you walk into a plant and say, "Hey, who's responsible for safety?" Everybody would raise their hands. But at the time, you probably wouldn't walk into a plant and say, "Who's responsible for reliability?" and everybody would raise their hands. Well, that shift in paradigm has taken place. And so, we're here to support clients, and that's some of the through state or the universities that we have partners with through Lifecycle Engineering. So some of the benefits of certification, and you have to take these in mind, because as you're going through, you're thinking of your own professional development, but then also thinking about how can you support your organization. So, from a personal level, it's a validation of knowledge. So, you may know what you know, but other folks may not be familiar with what you know. So this, if you could put 3 letters behind your name, or if you could put CRE or REC or MMC behind your name, or CMRP, that's always a validation to other folks to let them know that you are credible and knowledgeable on the subject. Increased marketability. So from an individual standpoint, if you're working for a company, then this really shows that, hey, I have a foundational knowledge in maintenance, reliability engineering, project management. It could be a number of different things, that you're showing outside organizations. Always earning power, right? So the more the higher you get paid, and then that's always a good thing. So increased earning power is definitely a value, a benefit of certification. Enhanced performance, and this goes back to the company, right? So, there's individual intrinsic type of motivation to get a certification, but for a company to support you in getting a certification, they know that you're going to perform better and be more knowledgeable on the subject. Also, along with marketability, increased reputation, being out there in the market, being a subject matter expert in your field as well, and enhanced credibility, increased competence, and respect from your peers. So, if you're thinking about increased confidence, just makes you feel better. If you have that certification, you're going to work a little bit harder maybe. And then, of course, the respect from your peers coming through with other folks as well. So, as a reliability engineer, so if we're specifically focusing on the RE role, because, a lot of folks know us at Lifecycle Engineering for our planning and scheduling, work management, and our reliability engineering programs. So we're going to focus on reliability engineering, and then after I cover this slide, I'm going to hand the baton off to Tara. She's going to talk in a little bit more detail about some of the programs that we've developed. But if you think about all the different certifications that are out there, many of you may be familiar with the CMRP. I serve on the board of directors for SMRP. The CMRP, and both Tara and myself are CMRPs, and it's really the yardstick of very top performing maintenance and reliability professionals. It's very practitioner type focused. And then you have the certified reliability leader through reliabilityweb.com. That's another great one that's out there. And that's for folks being really advocates for change and leading the reliability efforts within an organization. You have the CRE, which is through an organization called ASQ, the Association of Quality. And the CRE is very statistical based. So it's very good for REs that are out there that, want to learn how to do things like Pareto analysis, RAM analysis, those very statistical types of measures. That's what I found for that. And then you have the Life Cycle Institute REC. And, this is a great one that, we highly recommend, of course, because it's from Life Cycle Engineering. But I think, the way it differs from the others is that the REC, you're showing a true return on investment. So, we ask you to go through 4 courses, whether they be in person or online. And Tara will talk to our online offerings because, those are the newest thing that we have out there. And I think probably what would be of most interest to this audience here. But, really what we ask you to do is go through 4 courses. You will have homework and, show a true return on investment at the end of the day for your educational dollars invested. So for the money that your company puts into you, you're going to show this in the end. And Tara will talk to that here in a moment.
Thanks, Dan.
Yes.
So why reliability engineering? Dan spoke a little bit about that, and why are we discussing this with you today? So we believe that in the market and in the world, that the reliability engineer is becoming, or is that role that is going to manage the risks of the organization to enable your assets to provide the most value to your organization, right? That's a whole purpose for a reliability engineer's role. And we see a lot of organizations across the world today, and they're looking to hire. They think that you have to hire outside of your organization to get a true reliability engineer, one that's gonna champion your program and one that's going to, fulfill all the expectations of that role. And that is one way to do it. That is one way. There's so much talent out there today. But you can also build reliability engineering as a competency in your organization. You can do it. And programs like Dan introduced can help. So we're going to talk about the way that lifecycle engineering has captured reliability engineering role, simply because we've seen results and we want to share those with you, but also because we want to inform you as you're looking out there, as you're considering, what kind of reliability engineering presence do I need to have? What kind of reliability engineering presence might I want to take on? That we can equip you with some information and some ways to make decisions about that. So what should a program do that you're looking for? Well, first of all, it should again focus on that risk management and enabling the assets to operate as well as they should to bring value to the organization, like I said. Then be able to select the best maintenance strategies that could be preventive, could be predictive, could be condition-based, could be 4.0 enabling. Loss elimination, root cause analysis. Those are the primary focuses of the reliability engineering role as we see it. And Dan, could you advance for me, please? So how does our program do this? We focus on 4 courses that we think cover those competencies. The reliability engineering excellence, risk-based asset management, which is largely around reliability-centered maintenance. I'll talk a little bit more about that. Predictive maintenance strategies. Now, that's not focused solely on predictive maintenance, more on condition-based, but it's more about how do you take a maintenance strategy and implement it in your organization. And root cause analysis. What we also believe in is that if you're in a certification program, that just as Jonathan did right after the break, right before we started, one needs to publish their learning or prove that they can take something from the classroom into the work environment. And if you'll move to the next slide, please. And I do have some feedback coming in. I would ask if people could mute their cameras, please. That would be great. So, how can we take a certification from the classroom into an online environment? Dan said that we do offer this program as a classroom, also as a live virtual class. But we've just started offering this as an online program. It is rigorous, okay? One must take 4 of the courses online. You will have 2 on-the-job application assignments every month to complete. These are going to be marked by an online mentor. That online mentor is a professional reliability engineer, and they will be coaching you throughout the program. Because we wanted to make sure that anything that we brought out into the world was going to provide value to the people who are in the program, and also allow you to build a relationship with a professional engineer out there that's going to help you and your program grow. So we believe that for our certification participants, it's about 8 to 12 hours of commitment a month over about a 9-month period. So if you could move to the next slide, please, Dan. So if you are going to be growing your reliability engineering organization, you're going to have to look at a program that has some depth. We wanted to provide coaching, mentoring for our participants. And so for every assignment, 2 of those a month, you're going to get feedback in these different areas. You know, how did you perform on that marked assignment? Are there any other action items for you to complete? Is there anything that could have potentially been done better? And celebrate your success along the way. The advantage of an online program too is that all of these assignments are working up to that final work product that you need to submit to get your certification. Again, all of this is to prove that we could take that conceptual knowledge from the classroom and be able to apply it to a real issue to prove that those reliability engineering skills are starting to become part of how everyday business is executed. Okay, next slide, please.
Yeah, and all this is done through self-paced e-learning, right, Tara?
Yes, this particular program that I'm describing right now is the self-paced e-learning. So you would go into an online portal and you will be directed to a certain course, and that course will have assignments baked into the course. And then once you complete that online course and your assignments, you can move to the next assignment. It's all done via our online learning portal. Thank you, Dan. So this is an example of some of assignments that we give to our certification participants. For root cause analysis, which is the first class, we feel like that's foundational, and actually anyone in an organization can benefit from learning how to identify events that qualify for root cause analysis, and also what level of root cause analysis. Not every problem needs a full-blown team to solve. Some can be solved by 1 or 2 people on the ground, make huge impact. Then practice with those root cause analysis tools. Our program teaches about 8, and we have some self-direction in our program, so you can select which method you'd like to practice. And then submit that to your mentor. With ERCM, it's all about reliability-centered maintenance. There are tons of tools, software out there. Google it, to help you do a failure modes effects analysis, an FMEA, a reliability-centered maintenance analysis. However, our program wants you to get deep into the standard process, because there are 2 international and American standard for building a failure modes effects analysis. And we want you to know about operational context. We want you to know how to build a functional block diagram. We want you to understand the mechanics behind the process so you can choose whatever software tool you'd like and rock on. And then we have ERE, which is Reliability Engineering Excellence. This is all about managing risks and a program approach to reliability engineering in your organization. So to processize all of these standard work processes, areas of competencies, and to make them part of how your business runs and how your production runs. And then finally, predictive maintenance strategies. And this is about how can you build a business case to introduce new technology in your organization. We do touch on 4.0 and how technology can enable asset performance. But this is also from a program strategy approach. So we're not going to necessarily teach you how to do a vibration analysis using a certain tool. No, but we are going to teach you how can you use those results and use that technology within your organization to make a positive impact from a business perspective. So next slide, please.
Hey, Terry, before I move on here, I have noticed, and when we were building these courses, right, all the IP courses, we put a lot of rigor into activities, right? Mm-hmm. And, one of the things that I noticed prior to, looking at the LC courses and what your team has been able to develop from an e-learning standpoint is that a lot of times, it would be just slides, multiple choice questions when I would go and do online learning. How would you classify like what you built and, what types of things? Because I noticed it's very activity based, but, versus how does it distinguish versus other competitors out there that do online learning?
Right. Thanks, Dan. You're absolutely right. And I think this slide is a good example of that. Now, these assignments, are assigned to learn outside of the courses. But within the courses themselves, we do have the ability to actually practice within the courses. So we're not just, as you say, text and next, which is what a lot of what online learning and self-paced learning is out there. We have simulations, we have problems within the e-learning scenarios, decisions that the learner has to make. And quizzes, as well. So, we do have some multiple choice, but hey, that is a method towards learning, and it is effective. But I will say, though, that we are 70 to 80%, active in our learning. So once you have that foundational knowledge, you can be doing something with it, whether it be in our in-person classes, our virtual classes, or our online learning classes. You'll be surprised. And actually, at the end of the session, we're going to offer our conference attendees here an opportunity to see for themselves that in action. So thanks, Dan, for bringing that up. Another thing is, if we move to the next slide, I do want to show you that that one person who learns these skills and executes them on the job can make a huge difference. So if you'll build this slide for me, you can go ahead and build it all out. Thank you. So this is a direct case study of one of our certification participants. They went through our process, which is to define a critical failure on one of your most critical assets, perform a root cause analysis, determine a maintenance strategy. Now, in this case, you may say, it was just a PM, or it was just a spare parts. A critical spare that wasn't stocked. Well, guess what? Putting in a maintenance strategy and a replenishment for a critical spare and identifying something as a critical spare saved almost $1 million US over the course of a year in terms of failure prevention. And the next slide, please. Now, that's one person. We have also seen improvements from our other certification program attendees and certified reliability engineers now that have produced real results from one project. And it's not just from one application of something they learned. It's through our very structured work product that is very focused on a real problem in the organization. And when you fix a real problem in the organization, you're going to see real results.
Yeah, I've noticed that, Tara, you know, when we've gone in for consulting engagements at LCE and we ask an organization, hey, do you have reliability engineers in place? But as we peel back the onion, we find out more and more that they're doing maintenance engineering activities, manufacturing engineering activities, and not being forward thinking like a true RE should be. So, you know, that's definitely, you know, one of the things that I like most about our program is that it goes in and focuses in. And as you had mentioned, within those 4 courses, you know, we are really helping REs to understand what a true RE should be doing.
That's right.
You know, throughout the program. And, you know, just looking at some of these documented results, that's definitely, we're being successful at it. So I'm happy.
Absolutely. And you make an excellent point. And you know, what we term a maintenance engineer, I mean, critical to the organization. Both of these roles are critical to the organization. And the maintenance engineer is the owner of those maintenance strategies, if you want to think about it, you know, like that. They're the owner of those, of executing and improving on those maintenance strategies, working with the reliability engineer to do so. But the reliability engineer's role is that risk management and trying to prevent those failures from happening, and even getting into some design for reliability. Now it's tricky. Another thing that our program will help with is it's tricky to identify how valuable is a failure prevention, right? That's the tricky thing to do. And we discuss that in the program, and the struggles that some reliability engineers sometimes have in proving that value to leadership, right? Because it's like, hey, well, it didn't happen. Yeah, okay, but no, let me tell you why it's so important that it didn't happen.
Yes.
You know, so those two, actually some of my favorite people to hang with are the maintenance and reliability engineers. So.
Yeah. It often reminds me of that maintenance Tarzan story, right? The one that comes in and saves the day and gets the machine back up and running and gets all the accolades. They have a company picnic for him and everything like that versus, you know, the technician that goes out there every day and makes sure the PM gets done and make sure the machine doesn't break down to avoid those costs. So it's definitely a good point there, Tara.
You know, and historically, I feel like they have been the unsung heroes. But, you know, I'll tell you what, the more and more that we get closer, or the more and more that we adopt Industry X or 4.0, whatever you want to call it, we are going to see the value of having our foundations in place, having strong maintenance work management, having strong store management, having strong reliability engineering as foundations. And then when we put this technology in place, that fix and find and that reactive maintenance is going to start to become not very attractive, because we're going to have so much information, you know, that we can pinpoint to say, you know, we don't have to live like this anymore. There's a better way. Yeah. Let's see what's next. Oh, I think, yeah, this is where we just talk about there are options out there. And oh, yeah, I was going to talk about this, but I'm going to talk about it.
Yeah,
okay.
go ahead, Tara.
So we do have the self-paced e-learning available. Not only do we have those certification programs, but we also offer each program a la carte. So if you have a specific area of competency that you're trying to build, then you can just be super focused, you know, on that. I love our virtual classes, and I know that we probably need to leave a little bit of time for questions, so I'll try to speed up. But our virtual classes, we're not only because of the pandemic. I'll share a little secret with you that I'm not sure if Dan even knows. We already had foundations in place and we already had a really good process to take our classroom learning and transition it into an online platform to keep it engaging, application-based, and even have peers working with each other online. I think we were just waiting for the technology to catch up with us, and it was as much of a tragedy and unfortunate things that have come from COVID. I can say that it allowed our learning to be offered in a different way to a worldwide audience much easier than we had before. So yeah, I highly recommend our virtual classes. They're a lot of fun. And then we have the certifications. Dan, I'm gonna pass it to you because I haven't been talking too much.
So right now, we've deployed this reliability engineering certification. We have plans because we have two other certifications. We have a maintenance management certification and a planning and scheduling certification. So with all three of those, they're all university backed. And right now we have the REC online available. We just had our first cohort go through most recently. So they're going to start going through there together, going through all 4 courses together, online, self-paced, with a coach along the way to help them to finish assignments, to achieve some of that ROI that we showed in the previous slide. So, and again, the virtual classes, they can be attended. We have open enrollment classes, so they're open to the public if you ever wanted to register for one, and we're available to deliver those in a private setting. So if you wanted to pull one together for your organization, integrate some of your more practical examples into the curriculum, things like that. And again, just as a reminder, we've got the classroom-based, the virtual instructor-led, and then the self-paced e-learning. So just to distinguish those 3, so we can educate and certify just about anywhere online. And here's just a slide going over our university offerings, the universities we're associated with here in the U.S., Washington State, Clemson, Kansas, and Ohio State. And currently right now we have the REC, which is delivered in person or online, our maintenance management certification, which is in person, and the planner scheduler certification, which is in person or virtual. Again, we've had some flexibility with the pandemic. So, we have a whole assortment of product lines to support you, even if you might be geographically dispersed and on the other side of the world from us. We're able to work with you and provide you with the certification. So we'll stop it right there. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk a little bit more about the value of certification, some of the certification programs we have available through the Life Cycle Institute and Life Cycle Engineering. I'll pause right there and see if there's any questions.
Yeah, wait, and there's one more click after this too, Dan.
There we go. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we do have a special offer. I'm going to go ahead and chat it in to everyone too. For our conference attendees today, as Ann said, we thank you so much for joining us and talking about where we feel the reliability engineering profession is going, and how you can do it, and we want you to find a program that can help. But we are offering a coupon code to all of the attendees to go onto our marketplace and create an account, and then see if there's something that you think will help your program.
Thank you very much, Dan and Tara, for the insightful presentation on certifications and the offerings.
Jonathan, will hand the mic back over to you.
Yes, thanks, Jonathan.
Yes, thank you very much, Tara and Dan, for sharing the insights on certification.
And if there's anyone online with a question, you can chat it in. And if there's anyone in person with a question, I'm sure Jonathan can bring the mic over.
Okay, thank you very much, Tara. We would now take some questions. Tara, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for the prompting. So there's a question in there which is asking, what's the cost of the REC?
So there are several, the entire program. Well, first, let me start off. There are different ways that this program can be entered and paid for. You can pay as you go. In that case, you would purchase each course individually, but it is your responsibility to keep up with each course. And each course and its coursework with the coaching is $18.95. And then when you want to submit your final work product, that's $24.95. So you can pay as you go. What I will say though is if you do purchase the e-learning, you can purchase root cause analysis or the reliability center maintenance at this 25% off, and we can apply that to the coursework part of the program. There'll still be your mentor assignments, but we can apply that. And the whole program though does cost 10,000 American US dollars. Now it's over 9 months, as well as you did see the return on investment that this program can bring. And I'm not sure if Jonathan is going to share the slides from this presentation. We can provide the PDF to people too if you want to show that to, potentially to the leadership. But again, you can take courses over time and spread, those payments out. And like I said, if you purchase with our coupon code, then we can apply that to the program. And there's still time to join the program that's going now, because we're not going to roll into the next learning for another few weeks. So if you did want to get in with this cohort, we're going to start another one next year, early next year.
Okay, thank you very much, Tara. It would be great to have the presentations and the presentation in PDF, so we could share it with the rest of the participants. But I'd like to pause at this moment to take any questions you have from those who are here in person. If you have any questions, just give me a wiper and I'll come to you. If there are no questions, then I'll just go straight to the online platform and see what questions we have in there for Tara and Daniel. Any questions in there? Okay, so we asked the first one. Okay, I think both questions have been answered. There's a question in the chat box, and that's from Rupert Tyler. He says, hello Dan and Tara, is there a student discount for the courses? That's apart from what we have by way of the coupon. Is there any other discount for students?
Dan, I'll let you take that one. Rupert,
well,
we could probably talk with you, about that.
Yeah, we definitely have, we have group discounts available. So if you're thinking about hosting a group of people from your facility through some of these training courses, maybe if you're looking at, 10 to 20 or 30 to 50 people that you feel could benefit from any of this online training, we do provide group discounts for that, aside from the published price that's on the website for the certifications or just a one-off class. So yeah, feel free to reach out to me directly, if you have any questions regarding those pricing, or if you're looking, for a number of folks to be trained, not just yourself. My contact information is below there, so danderson@lce.com, and I'll be happy to send you over some additional information on that. But yes, we do.
Okay, thank you very much, Dan and Tara, for that response. Do we have any other questions here? Any other questions online? Okay, on this note, I'd like to say a very big thank you to you, Daniel and Tara, for taking time off. I know that you'd be preparing for something very important tomorrow, probably Thanksgiving. And
just the big turkey. That's it.
Yeah. I hope you have enough in stock, though, considering the supply
Right.
disruptions that have been occurring over the period.
Well, we thank you, Jonathan, for inviting us to this conference and for all of the attendees for coming. Thank you very much. So we can send the slides, as well as we have a link that provides more information about the program that we can provide to attendees too. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's appreciate Tara and Daniel for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody.
It's great having you. So
great to be here.
Yeah. So we would move straight into the last presentation for today. It's going to be from our dear brother Steve. He would come up again and he'll be talking about lubricants. Now, what I would like you to also know is that for some of you may already know that there is a stand outside by Double One. Please visit there. The stand, some of you talked about the fact that you'd want to know the kind of lubricants that they have available, those which are currently in stock, those which are coming up, and whatever information you want to know in terms of the viscosity, as was mentioned earlier on. Please visit the stand and get as much information as possible from them. Steve will be speaking on the topic lubrication management, key to promoting asset integrity. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Well, the lubrication management actually focuses on the concept of lubricants and its application across the value chain. So in other words, what I have done here is to first of all try to define, for alignment, to define certain terms which in the course of discussions today have been said over and over again. And for us to manage our time, I don't think it's still necessary for me to go back to those definitions, because we already know what reliability is. And we know management is all about a process that deals, you take to achieve a set goal. But these are practical processes. And like we earlier had in the morning, if you don't have the experience, it may be a tug of war to achieve certain things. That's where experience and training comes in. So I will go straight to the discussion to define what lubrication management is actually all about, without necessarily bothering myself about reliability, which have been said over and over and again. Asset, which we know what asset stands for, and sorry, can I have? Okay. So like I said, the definitions may not be necessary at this point. And then I'll go straight to, we know what lubrication is all about. The process of applying a lubricant, a friction reducing property to reduce friction and wear in surfaces that are moving. So I would rather talk about lubrication management as the main definition we need to carry out here. Like I said earlier, lubrication management focuses on the concept of lubrication and its management across the entire value chain. And lubrication management, therefore, involves the utilization of lubricants and the application of them in industrial machines, including other associated activities arising from that application to promote machine's performance and then to promote reliability, as the case may be. Because the target is to achieve optimal performance of that unit of equipment. No equipment is bought to lie idle. The ultimate goal of every machine you have is to achieve the purpose of procuring that machine. If that machine must come down, if you must stop it, it must be a planned thing. The overall target is to ensure that you don't have unnecessarily unscheduled downtime. If machine must come down, it must be planned. And when you plan it, it saves a lot of inconveniences, because in planning to bring a machine down, you already have something in its place that can continue the production process, or the operation will not suffer unnecessarily. So in doing that, we need to know that this entails some management issues in the right packaging of lubricants. In other words, what I'm trying to say here is that lubrication management goes beyond application of lubricants. You must be interested on what you are procuring, what type of lubricant you are buying. You must be interested in ordering process. You must be interested in storage and handling. You must be interested in how the lubricant is dispensed. Because if you get it wrong in any of these elements, the likelihood of the ultimate goal of using that lubricant may be jeopardized. So it's important that these processes are carefully taken through with clear understanding and with clear objective in mind for the purpose of buying that lubricant. And that brings me to the elements of lubrication management. And what I've done here again is for this presentation, I've used a series of questions to support every point I try to make. If you're able to provide answers to those series of questions, it puts you on the right line that your lubrication management is rightly focused. The purpose, the plant, or the asset, or the organization is ultimately going to achieve it. So I say, what does lubrication management entail in our overall desire to promote asset reliability? The elements, one, it involves plant study and the recommendations. You don't just pick up lubricant without knowing the purpose. Sometimes in doing plant study, it helps you to know when the operation areas, the environmental factors that are where that asset or the machine is going to run. You rely on what the equipment builder or the OEM has recommended. Sometimes the recommendation may not follow depending on the age of the unit. But if it's a new unit and there are some warranty conditions around it, it's necessary you respect that warranty conditions. But I tell you, the older the equipment gets, you must not necessarily use the same lubricant you started it with. This is what assessment will provide to you when you carry out a plant study. In doing plant study, so many questions are asked, and in making recommendations, sometimes you borrow a leaf from experiences of such particular unit of equipment where it's operational elsewhere. In other words, the best practices surrounding that type of equipment, you can borrow it to recommend a new plant that have just procured that unit of equipment, so that the errors, the experience of the past from other areas which you have not been exposed to will come to bear in your own machine because you have just procured it. Another element is lubricant ordering. You don't just order product because you want to order it. Sometimes there's this balance in the field that oil is oil. But I tell you, in lubrication, oil is not oil. There are certain factors you must consider. And these factors are the factors that will drive the benefits that will come from using that oil. Another element is storage and handling. The product must be properly stored. When your supplier or your vendor has delivered a product packaged with the right integrity, the right specification, the right qualities, and you get it wrong through storage, then the quality of product you are putting into the machine is not the quality recommended by the equipment builder. You have jeopardized the quality. So storage must be properly done. We are going to look at this element as we move forward. Another one is correct scheduling and dispensing of lubricants. You don't just dispense anyhow. There's a process for dispensing. And another thing you see in the field sometimes, plant managers or process drivers sometimes delegate the job of lubrication to untrained personnel, and by the time the consequence comes, the whole plant will suffer it. Because when you delegate the job of lubrication to an untrained person without guiding him properly, and there's a failure, it rubs out on everybody. It rubs out on operation, the bottom line will suffer and things like that. So it's important, like the earlier speakers have spoken about knowledge and training, that these things are not played with. Another element, the in-service lubricant performance monitoring and reporting. There's this balance in mobile. We say we don't sell lubricants, we sell lubrication. Because when we use such statements, what we imply is that we give you lubricant, we sell lubricant to you, and we support it with a lot of condition monitoring programs. And that is the only time you can derive maximum benefit from every molecule you burn from that lubricant. So what are the programs you have in place to support the application of that lubricant? All dovetails into the topic, lubrication management, as a key parameter in promoting asset reliability. Next is the asset performance monitoring and reliability measurements. There are tools, there are metrics you can use to monitor how your lubricant is doing and how the machine is doing. And this dovetails around proactive maintenance or predictive maintenance, as the case may be. And the use of knowledgeable personnel, including training in running your lubrication management. So like I said, I have questions for every element. What do you have to pay attention to in each of these elements that will lead to or contribute in the promotion of asset reliability? First, plan study and recommendations. And I now pose the question, which asset is intended for lubrication? You need to first of all understand the asset you want to lubricate and understand the peculiarities around that asset. Again, you go further to know what are the challenges likely to be faced, and then what is the OEM or equipment builder has approved or recommended for you to use. If you have good understanding of this, it will help you in making that move to make recommendation for product to be procured. And even in that recommendation, you know, in lubricant, we have different grades of lubricant. We have the topmost quality, the one we call flagship, which is the synthetic lubricants. We have the semi-synthetics, and we have the conventional lubricant. They all can do the job, but some will do it better. Some will stay longer in the machine, and if you monitor it, you can even come up with some savings by virtue of the fact you've been able to do some extended use of that lubricant. There are a lot of engineering formula you can use to convince an end user that is likely going to drive some savings using this particular lubricant as against this, even if the equipment builder have said use this. Because in lubrication, the technology is evolving, formulation is changing, so a lot of things is changing. Maybe by the time the equipment builder made that recommendation, spurious lubricant had not come into place. So it takes your supplier to know what is in vogue that can do the job better and make that recommendation during plant assessment. Then the next question will be, what are the operational factors and likely challenges you are going to face? In other words, doing a plant assessment is not just doing it anyhow. There are some peculiarities around it. You must be interested in knowing. You have to get information. It's when you have enough information, you'll be in a position to make recommendations that will help the plant run smoothly. And what is the history of such asset performance in other operating locations? We borrow leave. Mobil is a global company, so the operations you have here for a particular industry exist in other areas. Sometimes you share challenges, you pose questions, and you get thousands of answers where they've had such experience or have had such problems, and they tell you how they went about it. So you don't need to make a customer you have just approached to go through that experience. You give him the answer straight so that the operation runs smoothly without any hiccup. And this question of what has the OEM or equipment builder approved or recommended to be used, which particular lubricant among the numerous ones available should be preferred for use, and why? Because when you are making a recommendation, you must say why out of so many you are recommending this. Because you have Mobil, you have other blenders or lubricants. So if you are recommending Mobil for a particular purpose where a customer has been using company B or company A lubricant, you must convince him why you are giving him Mobil in place of that one he has been using. Because every person wants to save money, and again, in saving money, it triggers down to tangible savings in terms of dollar, or in terms of naira and kobo, and so on and so forth. Top management are interested in things that will make them reduce cost of running equipment. Again, there's this question of, is the recommended lubricant always available and in stock locally? Do you need to depend on import? Some companies don't have what we call power level. Power level is a situation that you're using a particular product, for example. You don't need to wait until you use the last drum before you place order. So you target yourself based on what you know as your monthly consumption or quarterly consumption or annual consumption, and then put a ceiling that if assuming my consumption every month is 50 drums, I can put a ceiling once I get to 20, once it's remaining 20 drums, you reorder. You don't need to until you open the last drum before. This forms part of recommendations you make based on feedbacks you get from the person you've done the plant analysis for. Or the all entails lubrication management. Then what will be the preferred brand or supplier, and why? If you are using Mobil, why do you want to use Mobil, not any other one? So you must have answers to that. And if you have positive answers to that, it goes a long way to tell you you have the right focus in your lubrication management approach, and once you have the right focus, it will ultimately help in the desire, to promote reliability of the machine or the plant. So another element is ordering, lubricant ordering. And lubricants come in different sizes. We have plants that use bulk. Lubricant can be supplied the way you supply petrol or diesel. We have plants in Lagos here, we supply lubricant in tankers. When the order 30,000 liters or 33,000 liters, it has to do with the level of consumption. And if you must order that way, then you must have the storage for it. And even in the package ones, we have different package sizes. You have the 28-liter drums, you have the 20-liter drums, you have the 25-liter kegs, and so on and so forth. So if you are making a recommendation, whichever one you are recommending or you are ordering based on recommendation given to you, it's a function of your consumption pattern. It's a function of consumption pattern. In your product ordering, which quality profile will be of interest to you? I've said before, synthetics is the preferred. If you go outside now, we have Mobil 1. It's the ultimate. And then we have Mobil Super. Then we have Mobil Super 2000. We have Mobil Super 1000. We have Mobil Super 3000. I'm using Mobil as a typical example. They all aimed at servicing petrol-fired engines, but you can see you had different grades. So it's a function of what your pocket can offer, because as I mentioned them, so their qualities differ. If you use Mobil 1 has the property of being in an engine for 1 year. If everything about that engine is working well, you don't have leakages. If everything is working well, you can use Mobil 1 for 1 year or more than 1 year. We have records of people that have used Mobil 1 for 5 years or 30,000 kilometers. But if you are taking that step, depending on the value of the car you want to use it on, if you are taking that step, once in a while, who says you cannot do some check on the quality of the oil to support that decision to go ahead? Particularly these days, you have adulterated fuel all over the place. Even though adulterated fuel is no more common, but I know in the past it used to be an issue. Quite a number of investigations were carried out on failures has to do with adulterated petrol. We were importing them, but thank God now there seems to be some improvement. So the questions, like I said, are numerous, and is to guide you to get maximum value from their lubrication management. The next question I have here is, have you established reorder level, which I've explained earlier? Have you imbibed the practice of ordering fewest correct lubricants to minimize inventory and cost? In other words, ordering lubricant that has multifunctional properties. There are lubricants that have multifunctional properties. Lubricant that you can use both in diesel-fired engines and in petrol-fired engines, instead of keeping 2 different lubricants. Keeping for petrol and keeping for diesel. There are lubricants they can use across the 2 engines, and there won't be any problem. And that is where the issue of ordering fewest correct lubricant, fewest correct, so that don't litter your storage area with so many lubricants or so many products. And what you should avoid is issues or contamination through cross-contamination of lubricant. In other words, using company A lubricant, and suddenly because of your lack of planning, you now go to company B and continue using company B on company A lubricant. That soup was not cooked by the same woman. You have to be conscious of that. That soup was not cooked. If you have this behind your mind, you try as much as possible to minimize cross-contamination of lubricants, except you've done it professionally. Doing it professionally means carrying what we call compatibility test, compatibility analysis. Once they are compatible, then you can start the process of switching. Assuming you are switching from product A to product B, made by 2 different companies, you can start the process by topping up with the new product you want to start because it's compatible with the one already in the system, and then it makes the process easier. But if you do it under the belief, under the notion that oil is oil, then you create a problem that can throw you out of your position, as the case may be. Other lubricants supply without the slightest suspicion of being fake or contaminated. This has to do with knowing who is your supplier. I can tell you, without looking back, that Mobil lubricants appear to be the highest adulterated lubricants in the market. I'm saying this because of the level of complaints we get and investigations we've carried out in the past. And surprisingly, people that are in the position to know become victims of this. If I share a typical example with one of the industries that produces one of our inputs in the blending process, but now they want to use, they bought a brand new diesel generator, big diesel generator, and they need DEVAC, which is for diesel-fired engines. And instead of, you have access to the MD, you have access to all the directors, somebody came and said, this is DEVAC, selling it at a cheaper cost, you bought it, and he knocked the engine. He now went to court, he now know you know Mobil. After doing the investigation, the product will recover both from the drum, the one partly opened, the one that has not been opened, which we open ourselves, and the one recovered from the engine, none has the functionality of Mobil DEVAC. So you don't need to go through that experience before you do the right thing. So you need to be sure who supplies you lubricant in your effort, in the lubrication management effort to promote asset reliability. Are you in the habit of buying from different suppliers? There's a company in Port Harcourt area we once visited. Every lubricant that is existing in Nigeria is in his warehouse. And he was having issues. He lost an Amarilla gearbox in his operation, big one, having lubrication issues. And then when we came, he invited us because he thought, because our own maybe is the biggest in stock, and he thinks he can get something out of Mobil. By the time you come, after we've done the investigation and presented the report to the top management, we brought out pictures, because sometimes pictures tell the story. So usually when we come for such investigations, or even plan study, we take pictures. When you are presenting to top management, it tells the story better. A situation, you come to your warehouse, you have every lubricant, even those that came from Middle East. Lubricant from Middle East, all those low-quality lubricants that are being flooded into Nigerian market from Middle East were all there. The reason they said they don't want to depend on one supplier. We're not saying depend on, we can zero it down to 2 or 3, not having 7 or 8 like we saw. So it's important that attention is given to all these little things. It's these little things that will help you in your effort in lubrication management to achieve reliability of your asset. Another one, storage and handling of lubricants. This is very important. Sometimes we order because we need it, but in the process of preserving the integrity of the product inside that drum, we miss it. The moment you leave lubricants outside and it faces different weather conditions, be sure the integrity of the product inside that drum may have been compromised. I remember when the lubricant is leaving any blending plant, it's leaving as product that is in its purest form, though the cleanliness level may not be able to establish because no lubricant is blended at a particular cleanliness level. If you want to achieve a target cleanliness level, depending on the sensitivity of the unit, you must support with filtration units. And I know I've made this recommendation over and over again. There are sensitive units that has, dictated the level of cleanliness of lubricant that must go into it. So the only way to achieve it is to support that dispensing efforts with a filtration unit. And there are so many filtration units in the market. Don't look at the initial cost. Sometimes people's focus will be on the initial cost. Remember, you make that investment, it's a one-time investment over a period of time. The benefit that come out of it would have taken care of that initial cost. It's important we pay attention to that. So in your storage efforts, do you practice first in, first out? Okay, sorry, I jumped. Are the lubricant containers stored in a heated or ventilated area? Of course, the preference will be to store product in a ventilated area so that any inbuilt heat will be taken away. Is the storage area separated and protected from contamination sources? The answers you have to this will help you in your lubrication management. Remember, we are talking about lubrication management as a key condition in promoting asset reliability. Our store lubricant clearly marked with decals for ease of identification and to avoid confusion and misapplication of lubricants. Depending on the size of your organization and size, I have gone to a place where over 2,000 drums are stored. And when you mix it up, it becomes a big tax, even for a non-warehouse person that suddenly came to that area to identify product. So usually we recommend that products of similar application stored in a row and you have a sign saying, maybe you say engine oil, or you want to bring it to space, you can say petrol-fired engine oil, gas-fired engine oil, and that order. And gear oil, compressor oil, if you label it, it makes the management a lot easier. Remember, we're talking about lubrication management. So is there a consideration for first in, first out? You don't just buy lubricant, keep it like storing it in a place in what we refer to as warehouse, because warehouses are known for having either one entrance door or one entrance door, one exit door, in such a way that if the forklift is bringing the product, it goes to the extreme to store. When you bring the next one, it goes to pick it. So you don't have a means of reaching to the one you stored first. So in lubrication storage, we advise the practice of first in, first out. In other words, the product you stored first must be used first before the one you stored after. And if you have this in mind, it will help you in your storage effort that if you are conscious of that, when you are storing product, you make allowance to enable the forklift driver to retrieve the one that was stored first before. So if you don't make that allowance, the tendency that the product you brought today, you are likely going to use it than the one you brought 2 years ago. And when lubricants are overstored, you start seeing the signs. And I tell you, for any overstored lubricant, don't rush to use. Carry out a test. Carry out a confirmatory test before you use it. Remember, we are talking about an asset that ran into millions of dollars to procure. I am talking about a lubricant drum that is less than 500,000, for example. So it's important you look at the value and the cost that will come when you get it wrong. When you get it wrong, look at the cost the company is going to bear for not doing the right thing. So there are a number of other questions there that I don't think I need. Is the storage area separated and protected from contamination sources? Asking this question is a pointer to the fact that you should be conscious when you are storing lubricant, do you want to go and store it in an area where, for example, generator fumes penetrate? In other words, constantly heating the product inside the drum. So you should be conscious of answers. Your answers to these questions I threw up here is a reflection of how you are going to better manage your lubrication, and then that will translate to your assets performing optimally. So the next is scheduling and dispensing of lubricant. How much lubricant does each machine need? Application methods required, and how often should one lubricate each lubrication point? This is what all scheduling is all about. You need to equip yourself with this, and it's part of processes you take to control over lubrication and to control wastage, because everything is geared at managing cost. Once you have a cost around the product, around the asset, it will help you to manage how you spend money on that asset. If you must spend wisely. He said, which of the lubricants is most suitable for the lubrication of each machine? This would have been taken care of under plant assessment and the recommendation. For every product recommended under plant assessment, a reason for that recommendation is usually provided. Assuming you've had a relationship with Mobil, we do it a lot. We tell you why we are recommending this lubricant, and these are the benefits you stand to gain. Sometimes we've come to a place where a particular lubricant is being used, and they are draining, I say, 250 hours, and we tell you, look, you can stretch this to 500 hours. Sometimes people are conscious of that failure, but if you do it, you are not just doing it for the sake of throwing it 500 hours, you support it with condition monitoring programs, one of which is oil analysis. Once you have a healthy oil collection interval, it will help you in making informed maintenance decisions as you prolong that service hour. Remember, for every 1 hour you prolong a lubricant from service, there is a cost benefit attached to that. If you do that, if you want to see that cost benefit, engage us, and we throw out what the cost benefit is in terms of Naira and Kobo. And it's Naira and Kobo top management most times are interested in knowing. Is there a functional lubrication chart guiding the running of the machine? In your lubrication management, there should be lubrication chart. You are not there always. That lubrication chart will help you when you are not there. It will help those taking over from you or relieving you to know what to use. And from time to time, due to changes in lubricant formulation, you can take another look at the lubrication chart and update it. Like today, for those of you using Mobil DT 20 series, which we call Mobil DT 24, it's a hydraulic oil, DT 25, DT 26, that have been in existence for over 30 years. There's a new formulation. The product will soon disappear from the market. We have the DT Ultra. That's what you are seeing here. This roll-up is containing the new name, Mobil DT 20 Ultra. That's the new product. It's a formulation change. It's an indication we have a superior formulation with superior additives that will do twice more than what DT 20 series can do for you. Sometimes it comes with a cost, and that's the initial cost I mentioned earlier. That cost should not bother you, because by the time you start using it and applying it in your process, you recover the money spent and still have additional benefits that come with that application. In other words, it gives opportunity for you to upgrade. Is the oil drawn from drums or bulk tanks only when it is ready to be used? Are breeders or desiccant filters in use? You don't dispense oil and leave it. You only dispense when there is need to top up or when there is need to service the unit. Because if you keep it, there are flying dust. There are things that can go inside the oil that, in other words, compromise the quality of that oil you are putting inside the engine. And once the engine starts misbehaving, most times the accusing fingers are pointed at lubricants. There's a popular, I don't want to mention the name, it's in Lagos here, they're into luxury bus. And then one of these luxury bus owners bought some luxury buses from them, and there are some warranty conditions surrounding that luxury bus. But because you are not there to monitor the driver where he goes, unfortunately, they lost one of the engines. And you know what will follow such thing? After investigation, we discovered the driver later admitted he traveled to a location where he needed to top up the engine. So he bought roadside and top up a brand new engine. He bought roadside. And you know this roadside, anything goes. It's no more common now because of the aggression of Standard Organization of Nigeria to eliminate that practice. But I know in the Southeast, they are still visible. They are still very visible in the Southeast. That roadside, anything goes. If you go there today, if you are color blinded in terms of, I need an engine oil that is red in color. If you come tomorrow, they give you the one that is red. They put a colorant to it, it turns red, and you buy it. So it's important we know how we dispense lubricants in order to maintain the quality of the product in the drum. On sensitive or critical system, is oil filtered before it is introduced into the machine? I ask it here as a question. I ask it that oil and gas, I know there's some sensitivity around oil cleanliness level. And the only way you can achieve it, no company, I've said it, including Mobil, Total, mentioned it, achieves a particular cleanliness target at the blending plant. You can only achieve it at the point of application. And the only way you can do it is to procure filtration units. And you get it done. You can even run a test, can do particle count, and it will tell you the cleanliness level of that oil. So that you can apply it with some level of satisfaction and assurance nothing will go wrong. The next point is application or in-service oil performance monitoring and reporting. How often and in what ways do you cross-check the working conditions of in-service oils and the machines they lubricate? Modern day maintenance requires you aligning yourself as a maintenance manager or chief engineer to condition monitoring tools. The first speaker in the morning said a lot about sensors. Sensors exist in such a way that you can be in your office and monitor what is happening outside with sensors. In these days of internet, being everywhere. Oil analysis is one. Vibration analysis, there's so many of them you can align your unit of equipment to monitor its performance in such a way if anything is going wrong, you know it ahead of time. You know it ahead of time, and it helps you to take proactive steps in addressing that. Is the lubricator conscious of those things that can make a lubricant to fail? Are the necessary preventive or predictive maintenance tasks in place to ensure equipment is properly lubricated and managed? And so on and so forth. So many questions. And like I said, the answers you give to these questions determines how your lubrication management will translate to asset reliability. So finally, under that, I've been told there is no time. Asset performance monitoring and reliability measurements. How critical is the asset in the operation of production? The attention you pay to assets, to machines, differs from one, the criticality of that asset. If asset is highly critical, a critical asset is such that maybe it's one in that particular plant, so that anything that happens to it affects the entire operation of the plant. Such assets gets a lot of attention, and the attention you give to it, there is a function of how the services you derive from it can lead to optimal production. How is the asset performance measurement data looking like? Good or bad in the drive for reliability improvements? Is unscheduled downtime a regular feature in the maintenance and operations of your machines? What measurement indicators are employed in assessing asset performance and reliability? Equipment, one example, equipment downtime, mean time between failures, which tells you about how effective your maintenance practice is, and then mean time to repair, which is a function of equipment availability, and then overall equipment effectiveness, maintenance backlog, and so on and so forth. There are some metrics that will help you, and these are modern ways of assessing reliability of equipment that will help you making informed maintenance decisions. So in conclusion, okay, selection of, I use the right personnel. It's all about having the right personnel to do this. I see even common use oil analysis, some people delegate it to untrained people. Remember, use oil analysis, you know the benefits of use oil analysis. But when you delegate to untrained people, he makes a mistake in sampling, in taking samples. It's the case of garbage in and garbage out. The lab will throw out results to you based on the quality of samples given to him. And such a result cannot be relied upon. Maybe the result would have thrown up an alert that if you do nothing, the equipment will fail, and perhaps you have run the equipment for 1 year, nothing happened. You said you start condemning the lab that did the test. It's a function of the fake result. Maybe the sampling container had some sand inside, which is not a reflection of the sample you took from the machine. If the sand is coming from the machine itself, you capture it, of course that equipment would not survive if you don't take the steps dictated in that machine. And overall, the only way to get the right personnel is through hiring. A lot have been said in the morning. And even when you hire, on-the-job training exists in such a way that from time to time, you align him to trainings that will make him do his job professionally. Don't leave it only to HR. A lot has been said about HR. Be interested in what HR is doing, because you, the maintenance manager or the chief engineer, is the person that is going to suffer the consequences of having non-knowledgeable people running their plant for you. What is called overtime? There's nothing like overtime. I don't pray for overtime in anything I do. That ₦1 paid to you cannot compensate for your leisure or the time you spend with your family. I say this everywhere I go. So let the procurement man or the HR man not create problems that will make you stay in the plant overnight when you're supposed to be resting or staying with your family, as the case may be. So finally, in conclusion, the concept of lubrication management requires the use of good quality lubricants to help maintain asset performance and reliability. Good quality lubricant retains its quality if you properly store it and is dispensed it well. We have said this from the elements we discussed. One key success factor for life extension of machine component services, which is reliability we're talking about, lies in the reliability of the lubrication management system, including the reliability of the personnel handling each of these processes, as the case may be. To improve oil efficiency in different machines, the process of developing the lubrication management in machine maintenance and reliability must put into consideration those identified elements. Good machinery lubrication management helps to increase intervals between machine maintenance. In other words, promotes the reliability and guarantee maximum operation or production. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. I can, so far I've seen 4 hands, 5 hands, 6 hands, 7 hands, 8 hands. So, I'm going to call, unfortunately, we cannot take all the questions. I would request that, tomorrow afternoon we are going to have a Q&A session, a panel discussion, where all the questions on this presentation, earlier presentations, and then presentations which are more technical will come up tomorrow as well. So, with the power vested in me, I would pick the very first 3 hands I saw. Okay, so now someone intentionally puts his hand a lot higher so that it overtakes the first hand I saw. But in any case, let's see if we can, or if you could have maybe very short questions, very short responses, and you never know. My goodness and kindness might just flow. So let's be very brief with the question. We get very quick and swift responses, and then we would take it up from there.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Standing on the existing protocol, Anthony is my name again. Sir, I want to ask 3 short questions, very short questions. The first one has to do with the products, current products that are being rolled into place by 11 PLC currently. How do we, the end users, get to know about this? Do we need to come for an organized seminars like these or conferences before we get to know about these products? That's one. And secondly, you talked about the storage. Now, sometime earlier this year, we had some challenges with having products available. So how do we get to know the lifespan of a particular product delivered to us? I'm a technical person. I'm most times in the field. I just sent to my request to procurement and say I need oil. They deliver oil to me. How do I know how long this oil has stayed? And lastly, the question has to do with we cannot overemphasize the importance of oil tests. I mean lab tests for sampling. So what 11 PLC had is MobiServe website where we used to handle this. The last time I had a talk with you, I noticed we're trying to get something back. Are we still using that, or what is your plan to bring this back? Thank you very much.
Okay. Are you his procurement? You are his procurement. That's why he said when you ask procurement. Okay. So do we take another? Let's just take one more.
Let me answer before. Since the answers are short, I'm going to give short answers. Okay, the first one, when we introduce a new product, we usually carry out what we call product launch. And we extend invitations. We have a profile of consumption, companies that consume, if it's hydraulic, for example, now, we run through SAP, and know for the last 3, 4, 5 years, companies that bought so many drums of hydraulic, we extend invitation to them. When we migrated, not migration actually, we introduced another type of gas engine oil in Nigerian market. We did a product launch at Protea Hotel Ikeja, Zik John, now called Radisson. And outside that, last year, Felix, this year, gas engine seminar, when was it? This year, right? This year we did 2 seminars. One in Port Harcourt, one in Lagos, one in Port Harcourt. Yeah, 2 in Lagos, because while Lagos became 2, we screamed participants. It was said at Lagos Continental Hotel, some companies felt bad, so the distributors teamed up and organized another one at Radisson Blue, Ikeja. So we had 2 in Lagos, and then one in Port Harcourt was a Golden Tulip. That's the steps we take to discuss new product introduction and to discuss the benefits that come over an existing product, particularly when we've not withdrawn what you are used to. If you are used to gas engine oil application of mobile brand, we had 705 before, we moved to 805, we now move to 1005, skipping 905. That's 1107, which is the ultimate. And going by feelings from management, we are not in a hurry to introduce 1107. Now, So, but it will happen at the appropriate time. Then coming to MobileServe, it never died. It's fast. It moved from strength to strength. And you know, for your company, at a time we got our MobileServe process turnaround time is seven days. It got a time that customs became an issue at Egypt, because the only lab that services Africa and Middle East is in Egypt. Don't mind the location of the lab. We have an effective means of picking samples and taking it to the lab. We're spending money on that with UPS. There's a contract on that. No matter where a plant is located, give UPS a call, they pick that sample. Within 7 days, you get the result, and the result comes through email. So we now got an exceptional approval to take our samples to Holland then, because the UPS explained that when they pick samples in Nigeria, they first of all go to Europe and then connect back to Africa. So we now got an approval not to take Nigerian samples to Egypt. So our samples go straight to Europe. Even it dropped the turnaround time to 5 days for us. But now the samples are now going to UK, no more Holland. And this one started effective September 1, right? September 1, it goes to. So MobileServe has always been there. In fact, it's the darling of a lot of people that are seated here. Cement plants, don't joke with it. They've won, that program alone has won a lot of plants for us. Last year, I did a seminar on cement plant lubrication. And I can
go to the site, the feed work, you see some of the lubricant outside, rain on top there, sun on top there. Is it right for those oil to stay there? Or there's a particular, how do I go, very high that the oil we're going to stay?
Okay.
Temperature, thank you.
It's good to see you. I just mentioned your company. I recollected the face. I remember when I came to Sapele for a meeting. So what you do offshore is we've gone to offshore and we had reasons to write off some lubricants based on tests we carried out, and we recommended having a cover. There are drum covers. If you don't have drum covers, buy a tarpaulin to cover it, because the products you have offshore, you are not taking them there for them to stay 1 year, 2 years. There's a feeder place. So you buy based on the consumption of that offshore. Because offshores, you know, the weather conditions there, it's a corrosive environment. Even the drum is not safe. If you look closely for those drums that are outside, you can see corrosion around the drums. It's an indication of the environment where you're operating. So we made recommendations for tarpaulin to be used, or have drum covers to be used, so that I can guarantee the integrity of the product inside the drum.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My name is Chukwu Mokoli. Talking about inventory management in terms of storage of lubricants and procuring fewest correct type of lubricants. And you mentioned that there are lubricants we can use on both, one lubricant for both diesel and petrol engines. So I want to understand, normally TBN for diesel engine application is high. So I want to understand how we manage to use one lubricant for both diesel and petrol. What's the effect if the TBN is high or something of that nature?
You know what TBN, you know the essence of TBN. TBN tells you the ability of that oil to neutralize byproducts of acidic byproducts of combustion. The oil should be able to neutralize it so that you don't have issues of corrosion inside the engine that will impact on the internal engine components. So when we say you can use one lubricant for both petrol and diesel-fired engines as a means of simplifying your inventory, it happens. The highest you can do, assuming the lubricant is primarily formulated for a petrol-fired engine or a diesel-fired engine, as the case may be, and you are running it for petrol-fired engine, maybe you are running it at 500 hours, 350 hours, as the case may be, depending on the engine type and depending on the model and depending on the age of the unit. If you decide to follow this approach, which a lot of what do you call fleet companies use, fleet companies are these guys that have so many trucks that cut across petrol, cut across diesel. Now, gas-fired trucks are coming into play. If you decide to use it, maybe if you are draining for the petrol, which is primarily meant for that oil, and you are using it for engine, you may not, it's a decision you need to make. You may not extend it necessarily to 350 hours. You can drain at 250 or 300 hours. But what we do in such instances, we usually support you with oil analysis. We support with oil analysis. And that's why I cannot do away with oil analysis. It helps a lot. In fact, it's a modern professional way of maintenance. It's a one predictive maintenance tool that if you are running any engine, you should not run away from. Even if it costs you money. And there are companies that, we have labs in Nigeria now that run oil analysis. Unfortunately for mobile, our oil analysis is done abroad. But turnaround time is not an issue. Even our turnaround time is better than labs running it locally. Any other question?
All right. Mr. Steve, thank you for the presentation. My name is Johnson Fayemi from Nigerian Railway Corporation. You know, we patronize Mobile a lot. And the last procurement year, we had so many products from Mobile. My main concern is the product integrity. You know, last year procurement, we got some products, and we tried to use a scan to scan the barcode. What we're getting, we are expecting that it will link us with the product. Or it was giving us different diagrams, all sorts of things. We check the product, you know, we have limited equipment to do our oil analysis. So my concern is very soon we are going to be getting supplies. How can we establish the product, you know, based on what you have on the drum? The security of that, you know, features that if we are using the barcode, it will go through. If we are not using the barcode, just by checking the drum, we can say this is from Mobile, not any other place. The second question is this. Recently, there was a short production, short supply in MS 15W40 Mobile DEVAC. And we requested for equivalent. We're giving Mobile DEVAC Super 1400. The engine where we are to use the Super 1400 Mobile DEVAC, the recommended TBN is 12. The product, that's the Super 1400, the TBN is 8. And you know, of course, the Mobile DEVAC MX TBN is 12. So looking at the comparison, because the moment you top or you change to the new one, definitely it does not meet with the OEM spec regarding with regards to TBN. What do you do?
Thank you.
Steve, just to add to that, there's a question online which says, how do you differentiate between genuine mobile products and others? So just to tie into, so it's the same thing as well. Yes, so thank you very much. That was the last question.
Okay, it's good to see you in person. I know yesterday we had some discussions, right? When I was going home, and you told me you would be here. Well, your first question borders on source of supply. And I know I did training for Nigerian Railways. In fact, when the new change, when the new drive to make railway work in Nigeria started, your MD involved us, and I know I did quite a number of things with Nigeria Railway, and we cap it all with a training we did about 3 years ago, a distributor. So Peradventure, we don't have the VACMS, and you have need to use the product you mentioned, which is another diesel-fired engine oil. The only thing you can do to avoid downtime, which comes with some cost, the only thing you can do is to drop your drain period. At least your machine is running, production is going on, while you wait for the product with the right TBN to come. Yes, the VACMS 12, this one 8. If you are draining at 250 hours or 500 hours, you know the VACMS can do 500 hours. It can drop to 300 hours or 250 hours and nothing will happen. More so for the Nigerian way that is set up on oil analysis, which you people are not taking advantage of. But I can't remember when I saw reports from, for every company that set up on oil analysis, I get the report. So I can't remember seeing your own in recent times. Last year, we were in November, this year. So the point I'm trying to make, take maximum advantage of the programs we have there to promote reliability of your locomotive. You know, the locomotive engine oil, I was the one that introduced it in Nigeria based on that engagement that time. So we work closely with you. Don't wait for events like this to bring up issues. And I like the one you brought up yesterday. So don't wait for events like this. Our doors are open. Reach us anytime. And then throw your question at us. If it's something we need to visit, we visit. I think that's the last question, right?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Steve. Please, we can do it better for Steve. If you don't clap a lot better, I'll start preaching. Yes, so you can start now. Let's just give him another round of applause. I know it's been a very long day. I can tell from some facial expressions. Earlier on, I saw someone receiving all the information that was passed on earlier on. And we thank God for bringing us to the end of this evening's or today's sessions. Those online, this remains the 5th African Maintenance and Reliability Conference, which is currently ongoing and organized by the Maintenance Institute. We actually have, yes, and sponsored by Double One. You know, the last time, in 2019, I made, when I saw the 2 ones, I actually said 11. And I got corrected. And thankfully, I'm a fast learner, you know. So Double One. Thank you very much. And this is Black Friday discount that the Maintenance Institute is giving for anyone who wants to write the CMRP course. So, and this, especially for those of us here at the conference, if you're interested, you're going to get a 50%. Actually, I think I should say it well. A whooping 50% discount off your CMRP certification preparatory. So please, if you haven't done that yet and you have an interest, this is the best time for you. It's the best Christmas gift you can give yourself. Ending the year being CMRP certified is no mean thing. Dan and Tara earlier on made mention as to what exactly the CMRP certification is. They also told us the benefit of the certifications, and as a result of that, I think that if you are not yet a CMRP and you are an engineer and you're working in maintenance and you are also in reliability, please, you are better off taking this because it opens a lot of doors for you. I will just speak to it a bit. My background is not in mainstream engineering. My background is in supply chain management, but I am CMRP. Please don't look at me funny. And the reason why I'm CMRP is mainly because of the fact that the asset management in itself, when you take a look at the models, it interfaces very well with supply chain management. For those of you who have knowledge in supply chain management, to which I hope most of you at least have an idea of what supply chain management is all about, you'd realize that various aspects, for instance, my brother was talking about inventory management. Steve mentioned how you store lubricants. A lot of us are maintenance people, so that also means that you'd have a lot of spares in your warehouses. You have a lot of consumables as well. How do you compute to determine the stock levels or your inventory levels? How are you able to weigh in between both the maintenance need, that is continuous availability of spares, vis-a-vis the supply chain KPI, which has got to do with what? As much as possible reducing your inventory levels, because every inventory you hold is money, right? You're tying it down for a period of time. And a lot of these things have actually helped me in my work as a supply chain professional. And as a matter of fact, tomorrow I'll be delivering a short presentation on that. And I think that if you're online and you are having doubts about tomorrow, trust me, if this is how today was, tomorrow is going to be a very, very beautiful day. So if you haven't taken your CMRP yet, please, this is the best time. And it can't get any better. A 50% discount. You don't get this anywhere except with the Maintenance Institute. So please, let's applaud Jonathan and his team for giving us this very good offer. And the good thing about this particular one is that it is self-paced, online. So you go at your own pace. If you want to do 2 hours today, you get online, you log on, you do 2 hours. Tomorrow, you continue with 30 minutes, and you continue. Once you're done, you write your CMRP. And just send me a WhatsApp or an email, and I'll come back and give you a very, very big high five. Yes. Black Friday is usually just like one day. Yeah. No. It says Black Friday. It didn't say Black Fridays. You know, so maybe we should give today, tomorrow, or up to Friday. Okay, we'll close it with a conference. You see, I've done well.
Felix, I can ask you now, how much is the CMRP? 300,000. 300. And 300 is like, not dollars, bro. Okay, well, we are here, so 300,000 naira is actually like the cheapest you would get. He knows the CMRP training is typically $2,000. That's what it is. He knows clearly. For ourselves, for online, we offer it at 300,000. For self-paced, we offer it at even 200,000 as it stands. So doing this, you get to pay just $200 or 100,000. Tomorrow evening, it goes off. I jack it back up. And please don't come back and tell me I was at the conference. Be merciful. I don't think I'll have mercy then. Okay? So the earlier you do that now, the better. If you need to get the offers for your team members, right, please do. Chijoke is here now. You know. What kind of clarity do you need, please? Prep course. Okay, you want me to write everything out? You are paying for the prep course. That's why it says prep course. Bros. Okay, I'll tell you, just for clarity, right? For clarity, go to smrp.org, smrp.org. You will learn more about the certification. The certification exams itself will cost you $470, right? And by the way, if you want to be among the elites when it comes to this profession, you have to be able to put your money where your mouth is. Some of us, we know the extent we had to go. So for example, they shared with you what's it called? The RE, REC today, and I'm sure when some of you heard the prizes, you were nodding your heads. I did the CRL. I flew from here to the United States to do the CRL and come back. So I know what it costs. If you want to get that additional value for yourself, yes, it's going to cost you something. What we've done with the self-paced is make it a bit easier. Because it's self-paced, you could say, okay, I afford the training now, and maybe next month I afford the exams, or 2 months later I afford the exams. And by the way, when you get signed up here, you get access for 6 straight months to the package, so you can always learn from there. So if you have to access this for yourself or for your team members, please take action now, and it becomes good for you. It's been a pleasure to host you today. This is day 1. Tomorrow is super loaded. Thanks to Double One for being sponsors of this particular event. And I'm sure some of you are interested in maybe exhibiting or participating in some other ways in future events. Please reach, yes. Mm. Nothing will happen. So nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. No, everything has a period, right? You are not able. It's not. And this is AMRC already. Okay, let's round it up. Okay. So if your organization is looking to participate, fantastic. Just reach out to us. We'll be glad to have you on board. Also, the Maintenance Institute provides a different suite of training when it comes to maintenance, reliability, asset performance management, operational excellence, and the like. So for your training needs, please feel free to reach us. Our contacts would be on display. You could go follow us on social media. You could go to our website, www.tmiafrica.org. There's a lot of learning resources there that could be of benefit to you. And yes, you've been here. I want you to also show your colleagues and friends that you've been here. So when we're done today, take a picture, tag us on LinkedIn, let us know what lessons you've learned. Let us know if this event has been of value to you. Steve has something to say, and then we'll say goodbye.
Let me join him in appreciating you for your patience. And I can see, I keep looking behind. Everybody seated the way we started. So it's something to really appreciate you for your patience and endurance to be with us. Like you rightly know, that's why I see mobile all over the place. In fact, this place is not properly branded. I told my marketing manager I needed to see mobile need to be more visible. Because in the morning, I saw where Total is. I went there. And when they saw me with this, they said, mobile. I said, yes. They said, you won't enter our place. So we are sponsors, like he said, and we didn't just sponsor for you to come and leave you empty-handed. The company has a corporate gift. But the instruction I have is to give it out tomorrow evening. So it's important that we are full. I'm looking forward to seeing this place fully seated. And I think what the marketing manager has done, I think has taken the number of people seated. So assuming he came with inadequate quantities, I'm sure he will come with the right quantity tomorrow. We have corporate gift, different types. I don't know what he brought, but I know there's a corporate gift for everybody tomorrow. Unfortunately, it's not today. So bear with us. And what that means, you've been nominated to attend this event, and it's a 2-day event, as it was communicated. So my expectation is that you will be here tomorrow. So see you tomorrow. Thanks so much.
Okay, so the vote of thanks is thank you very much. And we'll see you tomorrow, God willing. I wish you a safe journey back, and we'll be prompt tomorrow.